What was
Yeah.
that? There was some photo op recently. I think it was I can't remember. I think it was like Eric Adams, and it was some kind of political thing. But it was with a bunch of I think Muslims or Sikhs, maybe, I don't know. But one of the honky politicians just had the he had the turban on, or whatever head wear they put
The
on,
Cartif or whatever it's called.
just
Cartif. Yeah.
undone. So it just looked like he was wearing it was a white guy wearing a loose do rag. I
Yeah, dude, I
can't
love that.
remember it was. It was such a funny. It was
I
a
don't
really
remember that,
funny
but I do
picture.
remember when Nancy Pelosi and all those people wore like
Yeah, they
dashikis
wore
and like they kneel down in Congress.
the Dikembe cloths or whatever it was.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, that was hilarious,
We
dude.
gotta we gotta find. I guess it's like a sine wave, some kind of frequency, the pendulum swinging. We got to find like somewhere in the middle between that and whatever's going on now. We need the pendulum
Yeah.
to swing back a little bit toward what that, but not all the way back to where
I don't know, dude. I mean people are really focusing on the alligator cages or whatever. But
yeah,
Trump is still like as hilarious as ever, dude. Did you hear him say Shylocks the other day?
yeah, that was pretty
That
funny.
was pretty good. And then he couldn't remember the prime minister of Japan's name, so he called him Mr. Japan, dude.
Mr.
That's a fucking
Well,
banger,
I
dude.
mean, he's funny. He's fun. He should be. He should still just be a reality TV star, not the president. That's where it's like concerning. Where it's like,
He's the biggest reality TV.
I guess so.
That's the thing
Yeah,
for me. Government is just a play. It's not real. So it's like he's by far the biggest reality TV show guy we've ever
sure.
had.
But
Besides
I
the
mean,
Rizzler.
it is having like pretty harrowing real world consequences. Where I mean, it's just stuff I see in the news.
Yeah.
As far as like the Medicaid stuff goes, it's who knows what's going to happen there. But my philosophy still stands: just don't pay your medical bills.
So that's a scam, right? So the way that hospitals work is they're tax shelters. And so if you don't have insurance and you get injured and you get the bill, you just call them up and say, yeah, I have a hardship. I can't pay this. This is ridiculous. And they usually cut it by a minimum of 60%, right from just saying that,
Yeah,
to try to get you to pay it, because when the insurance companies look at it, they usually cut 60% off and say, we'll give you 40%. And then the hospital writes the other 60% off as a tax write off as a loss.
yeah,
So, they know that a bag of saline solution only costs $1 and they're
sure.
charging you 800.
Well, man, I've had a pretty turbulent day myself with.
Is this, we're going to talk about your talons, dude?
Well, I'm actually I'm like sleep deprived right now because I knew I was gonna
Oh,
have
you
to.
can't be sleep deprived because I'm sleep deprived,
Well,
dude.
because like I knew I was going this morning to
Yeah.
have an operation.
So you slept
It
really
wasn't
well
anything I
last night.
scheduled. I just my toenail had gotten so bad that I said I'm just gonna get up in the morning and go to like a minor emergency clinic and get this taken care of because it's like starting to hinder my quality of life now.
Dude, that is a insane life.
Yeah,
Just insane setup to a to a story.
yeah, yeah. But I just could not fall asleep because like I know I've had it done before, and so I was just like tossing and turning the whole night, nervous about getting this done. But I knew I was like I'm gonna follow through with it because I have to. If I don't get this done, it's only gonna like become more and more of a problem.
Yeah.
I couldn't sleep, and so I slept like 2 hours, and I got up and I went to the minor emergency clinic, and they were, they were very friendly. I did feel the warmth, all good bedside manner. But what we're talking about, medical debt. I don't know. I think I still have health insurance. I don't know. I still have a health insurance card that says UMR by United Healthcare, Comcast, NBC Universal, and so I handed that to him. When
It's like when your debit card's low and you're like, all right, let's try to pay for groceries here. See if it
yeah,
gets
well, I mean,
denied.
those fucking cocksuckers fired me, and
So
then
you're like, all right, let's see if I still have
there was no
insurance
there
here.
was no like when they fired me, there was no like exit interview or any like
Yeah.
nobody told me what's going to happen with any of my benefits or anything. And so I was like, I'm just kind of like, up in the air on everything. And so I was like, well, I still have the card, so I'll just hand it to him. And
Yeah.
then when all said and done, I go to leave, and she said it's $150 copay, and I said, cool, I'll pay that. And that's they're not getting another red cent from me if I get hit with any other bills.
Hey,
Like
dude,
I
I
look,
did.
I already paid the fucking
When I went in
copay.
there, I said, "Here's my card." You said 150 copay, and I did. I played the game you told me to
Yeah,
play.
I was like 150 cents reasonable, and if I
So,
get any other bills, you're gonna have to. I mean that sell it to a creditor. I'm not gonna pay them
but
either.
honestly, all right. So for those that don't know, Dalton's got some party feet, dude. They're club feet, right?
They're not club feet. They're just it's a because I went
His
to a
talon
doctor.
toes,
Yeah, I went to a
like
doctor for it, and he said, "Well, it's
like
not
an
club
ostrich.
foot. It's not." He said, "It's not club foot." He was like, "It's just some kind of congenital deformity. It's not." He was like, "It's not as severe as club foot,
Yeah,
but it is." He was like, "Yeah, I mean, your feet are not good."
he has Ricky Berwick feet, basically,
Yeah, and the doctor
on
said, yeah, and so the
on a
doctor at
corn-fed
the
body, dude.
this was probably 3 or 4 years ago,
Yeah.
and the doctor at the time said, there is like reconstructive surgery I could do, and he also was like, it fucking sucks. He's like,
Wait, they were gonna break all your toes and like,
he said like the surgery to fix this is extremely invasive,
yeah,
and it
we
requires.
got to go in through your asshole.
Yeah, he's like, we gotta go in through your ass.
That is extremely extreme. Yeah,
Yeah, and so he said, and I would have to do 1 foot at a time, and the recovery for each foot is 6 months. So he was like, you're going to be out of commission for a year. He's like, you'll do
yeah.
1 foot, and then 6 months later do the other foot. So you're off your feet, like you're out of both your feet for a year.
Did you
And
explain to him you're not on your feet that much to begin with?
yeah, that's the thing is, I said, you know what? It doesn't sound like it's worth it.
Actually, we could probably do both of them at one stock
Yeah.
if you want to be serious.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm barely I stand way less than I sit and lay down. So I mean, I don't even know if I should do it.
Yeah.
But he just was like, if you he just was like he said if you just do like like stretches and which I don't do. I'm not doing any of that. But he was like if you just like keep active and do like stretches and yoga stuff.
Yeah.
And so he was like, you could, I mean, and get maybe like some Dr. Scholl's. He's like, it should be fine. He was like, he told me, he said, I wouldn't, if I were you, I wouldn't opt for surgery until it becomes so painful that you need it. But if it never gets to the point where you're like just writhing in pain and can't function, then don't get this surgery.
So,
but
what did he recommend? Like those spacer things for your toes?
No, he just was like,
because I tried those
orthotic inserts
for a while, where you have these like rubber spacers that you put in between your toes, and you walk. And at first, it kind of hurts, but then after a while, the stretching of like resplaying your toes starts to feel really good and addictive.
Yeah.
So you start to get like feet monkey paws again.
That sounds nice. But I do have to. So the issue with the toenails is I have to be mindful about shoes. Like I have to. I'm kind of limited to just wide ass New Balances.
No, so
shoes.
I got some very wide toed, because that was my problem. I was giving myself a bunion because my parents were like, they put you in touch your toes to make sure, and I would wear these thin Nikes. So as I got older, I bought the wide splayed fronts, and then my feet started healing. Not as bad as yours, but go on. So you're wearing house shoes, right?
Well, right now I'm wearing just like
I heard a
slippers.
little bit
But,
of that. You talking about this in the Crowder
well,
Boys.
I like for just like walking around casual. I wear these very comfortable. It's like North Face. It's like a hard sole North Face slipper.
Yeah.
So I can actually walk on pretty much all terrain with it, but it's like a comfy. Just looks like it's like a North
Yeah,
Face
you're doing,
jacket material.
you're all terrain, dude. You're climbing mountains, you're crossing rivers,
Yeah,
you're doing it all.
I'm not joking,
Carpet,
dude. If you go to the
hardwoods,
North Face
rivers,
website,
mountains, all the terrains.
if you go
Yeah.
to the North Face website, they show like the action shots of it is like people wearing basically slippers, but like hiking in the mountains.
Oh, really? All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
try and find it, but
Excuse
that's
me.
what I'm wearing right now. And then
I wear a company called Lems, and I also have another like Swedish sock. It's literally a really durable sock, and then they dip it in rubber, and you just put it on your feet. So
I've
you
heard
have
of
almost
these, yeah.
zero cushion when you're out walking around. So when you first start using them, your feet hurt. I was running barefoot, but you never know if there's going to be glass or something. So I started using these, and it's the closest you can get to being barefoot. But after about a year of using them, like when you're standing on a rock, your feet will like monkey claw around them and stuff. And I've been wearing those for about a decade now, but they really helped my toes strengthen.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where these pictures. I can't find them. Maybe it was on Amazon, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm not
like
picturing outdoor slipper. That's new to me.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not kidding, man. It's I saw.
With the hard sole, that's the thing that I'm having difficulty. You have flat feet?
I don't even know, dude.
Well, because like, so if you have high arches, you either want a ton of arch support or zero arch support, like so your feet can bend and the strength of your actual foot can hold you up and strengthen your arch. So I'm trying to picture if you have a hard flat and you're walking on your feet, how you could like do all terrain unless you had no space between the arch of your foot. You know what I mean? Or
Right.
they do have the interior part of them is like orthopedic or whatever, orthopedic,
Yeah.
and the
It's
outside is just like flat.
no. It's just like I don't know how to describe it. Like here, I'll show you.
Is it kind of like white people Crocs?
No,
Okay.
no. It's like it's I don't know. It's just like a minimal look. This is what it looks like. The ones I'm wearing.
Okay, yeah. I
They
have
got,
something like this, but not with a heavy sole. I go with a super flexible thin sole.
yeah. So it's these, and so you see it's got like tread and it's got a hard sole, but it's just
Yeah.
like a North Face jacket material that you like just slip your foot into. It's really comfortable, and I wear them with no socks, and mine are starting to smell pretty rank.
I was gonna say
But look at this. See, this
my
lace
slippers don't
camping.
even make it like 3 months if I don't wear socks.
Yeah, but yeah. It's. I mean,
So the
I
top and
probably
everything looks cool. You're saying that bottom is hard? It's not
yes. I
flexible?
don't know if I would go hiking with them, but like I can walk around on pavement and
Yeah.
light
Yeah,
gravel.
guys, welcome to Sneakerhead with Dave Wright and Dalton Pruitt, a couple of
There's only
sneakerheads here
two.
talking
There's only
footwear
two pieces of footwear I can wear comfortably. These North Face slippers I got on,
and
and wide
socks.
ass, extra wide New Balances. And so the issue with the toenail is that, like years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago, I bought some pair of shoes that was not New Balances, and I
Yeah.
was wearing them, and they weren't good for my feet. So I didn't realize it, but like they were like pushing the toenail into my toe.
That's basically what
And
was happening with my toes my whole life with Nikes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so I wore them for like a day, and then by the time I got home, I was like, "Shit, man, my feet are killing me. What's going on?" And I took the shoe off, and it had just like fucked up my toenail, and I didn't think anything of it. And then like a couple days go by, and now it's like the nail is ingrown from we're just wearing those shoes. Like
Oh,
it's now it's
yeah, I had my mother basically Chinese bound my feet. So she would take me shoe shopping and I would get like cleats and all this stuff. And she had me in a 9.5, right? And I would convince her to let me wear a 10 because it just felt too tight. And Nikes are small and my feet were all together. My pinkies, toes to this day are bent in, and I have bunions on my big toes that are almost healed, but not quite from being bent in. When I went to a professional and got my feet measured, and I was like, they're like, your shoes too small. They put me in an 11.5 double wide. And I had been wearing narrow 9.5, 10 sneakers my entire life. And I was like, oh my God, this feels so good. No wonder I always got home and I was like, let me take these shoes off and spread my toes out. So I was just blindly destroying my feet like that for 2 decades, a decade and a
oh
half.
no, I usually like if I get a pair of shoes that ain't right for me, like I figure it out pretty quickly, and I just can't. I just go,
I
well,
just
this is a
didn't
waste
know any
of
better. I just
$20.
thought that shoes sucked, and I always wanted to be barefoot because I don't know. Like this is I'm talking about like I figured it out when I was probably like 16, 17, 18. But up until that, I've been you
Right.
trust your mother. You're like my mother wouldn't be trying to fucking abuse my feet.
No, my mom figured it out pretty quick because I do remember.
We got some Sprite Zero T, by
Oh,
the way.
nice. I do remember like really, really young. I think she did try to buy me a pair of Nikes, and they were like way too narrow. And to this
Yeah,
day, I don't know how anybody wears them because they were
I've
like
tried, and the guy at the store put me in 12.5 Nikes. And then it's like, okay, they look like clown shoes because you're just making them longer. I need them wider.
right.
Yeah, they're super narrow.
Yeah, they're really
Yeah,
narrow. So yeah, so it's like now I know what to look for, which is just extra wide New Balances.
I used to do
Um,
Skechers, uh, Lems, which is not just a vegan shoe company, but an everybody shoe company. They specialize in wide toe boxes. So like the outside of theirs is like super wide, and they talk about making sure that your toes should be splayed out. But so I went on a deep dive on all this stuff myself. So
yeah.
yeah, this is not
So
just a you problem. A lot of people
oh,
suffered from
feet
this and didn't understand.
feet is one of them things like wiping your ass or like the kind of unspoken things that we all deal with but don't communicate effectively to each other. Where it's like,
Yeah,
so what's your situation? Do you
and
go
it's
back
the
to front,
foundation
to
for your
back?
whole
You
body.
stand
Once
up?
your feet get fucked up, your ankles get fucked up, your knees get fucked up, your hips get fucked up, your shoulders, all the way up because your foundation is bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what happened with the toenail was that like 3 4 years ago, I wore a bad pair of shoes that caused them to go ingrown pretty bad, and so I had to at that time I had to get them removed, and
I shouldn't have laughed, but it's just like,
yeah, to get the big toenails removed, and so
yeah.
it
I've
takes
seen the
it.
pictures, dude. They do look like talon feet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they don't look good, but so it takes like a year for the nail to grow back completely.
Can I ask you a personal question? Sorry to interrupt.
What?
So I'm 50 now, and I try to be flexible and agile or whatever. I have a fucking hell of a time cutting my toenails. I've finally figured out a way where I can put my foot up on the sink and kind of stretch and cut. Do you have difficulty cutting your own toenails?
Well, now that I've gained a
Yeah.
significant amount of weight, it's a little more difficult, but no, not really. I mean, I just
Okay.
I sit on the edge of the bed and I hike my foot up and put it on my knee.
Oh,
Like
all right, all right. I
cross
don't
my
have.
foot
Yeah,
over on my knee, and
yeah,
then
that makes sense.
yeah, and then I just clip it.
Because
Um,
Stav has that joke where he's like, "Yeah, I'm not that big, guys. I'm just like everybody else. I huff and puff. I lean against the wall. I struggle to the ground. I pull it up, and I get my first sock on." You know, he does the whole like
oh yeah.
5 minutes on how he gets his socks and his shoes on. Until
Um,
he's like, and then you're just wondering that one day if you're just going to switch over to slip-ons
yeah.
and never look
Damn,
back. Yeah.
I got to figure something out because I went to a diner this morning after the emergency room, and I did not fit in the booth comfortably. Like I had to
Oh,
squeeze into
wait,
the
wait, wait,
booth.
wait. What kind of booth?
It was like a booth, like a diner.
At a regular diner. All right, but it's a diner. Diner booths aren't like if you go to like a Chili's or if you go to a Pizza Hut or whatever, they make those booths in a way that they're all fitting. Diners aren't like really measuring, right? So you
Well,
could you
I
this
don't
could
want to dox
technically be a
myself.
smaller space diner.
I don't want to dox myself, but I went to the parts unknown Waffle House. So
Okay.
their booths are like bolted into the wall.
Yeah.
Like everything is just like
Well, they don't want you throwing it at a fry cook
I
when the
guess so.
fight
Yeah.
breaks out.
So
Yeah.
the booths at Waffle House are just like static. Like there's
Yeah.
no moving. You know, because there's some restaurants I go to where if I don't fit in the booth, I'll just like push the whole booth back. And
Yeah.
then now
Oh
it
no,
fits.
yeah. When
But
I did my cross country trip, and let me know if this is correct. I turned into Ralph Wiggums when I saw Waffle House. I was just like, okay, I'm in danger. Any area that had a Waffle House, I just assumed that I had to be
I
on
mean, but
guard.
that's like, I mean, it's just all throughout the South. I mean, it's not like you'll
All
find
right.
them. They got Waffle Houses in like nice parts of Fort Worth. So
All right. I think I saw mine outside of Austin on the way to Round Rock out at the gas station. And I was like, all right, I mean, just keep an eye out here. And there actually was a shooting at the Radisson that day, which was interesting. But so
um,
anyway, so you're trying to
so
fit into the
the
booth at
Waffle
this
House
Waffle
booth,
House. Yeah.
Waffle House booth is just like this like little metal booth where everything is like welded together. So
Yeah.
you have to either be able to squeeze into it or hope they have a table open or sit
Yeah.
at
Yeah. You have to have some
the
like
bar.
gorilla type strength to rip those booths
Yeah.
apart.
And
Yeah.
so that was kind of my wake up call today where I was like, you know what? I got the toenail fixed. I mean, it's going to hurt the next few days, but I can start being active,
Yeah.
more because I can't fucking, I'm sitting here and my titties are, pressed against the booth table. So I gotta fix that. But, oh, nice. $20 for Andrew Gillis, a few dollars for the tip jar. 20 can Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, folks, I got fired by Comcast, and I did have to pay the minor emergency clinic $150 today. So, um, please help. If any, at the very least, just like and subscribe and leave a comment and tell 7 friends.
Yeah. 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 Lewis he had the Tell Five Friends tour, and he says he's got to tell 9 friends next
Oh,
next time
oh no,
around. He didn't do so well.
no, there's a shit, man. We should. I want to watch it here, but I may end up having to cut it out if I play it because YouTube is such a stickler about music.
Yeah.
Um, no, there's a really cool Jack White song that came out last year called Archbishop Harold Holmes. I think is what it's called, but it's John C. Riley in the music video.
Okay.
And it's about a like a old it looks like it's some period setting like in the probably 20s or 30s maybe, and it's presented as John C. Riley as this like preacher, this like fire and brimstone type preacher delivering a sermon, but it's the song, you know, the lyrics of the song. And there's a line in the song where he's like, but you first meet how's it go? You must bring 7 friends. You must first
What's his
bring
name
7
again?
friends. What?
Who is it?
It's a Jack White song that came out last year. He put it on an album last year.
Oh, okay.
The music
No,
video.
I was thinking of the Riley. What was the Riley? John Riley? Who?
John C. Riley from Hard Eight and Talladega Nights and Step Brothers.
Oh, yeah. I'm bad with names.
Yes.
Duh. Yeah. Okay. I know.
Anyway, that lyric stuck out to me. Just because it's John C. Riley looking in the camera, going, "You must first bring 7 friends." And so I don't know. It's been just that really stayed with me. So, folks, please bring 7 friends.
Bring 7 friends. So Robbie is actually traveling for the holiday. So I reached out to him. He said he is most likely not going to be able to make it and do tasteful blackface, Tropical Thunder. I did tell another special guest to come, but they didn't check their DMs either after I was talking to them all morning. So I had a secondary special guest. Naeem did confirm. He said he was going to be here. So I'm just assuming he said he was doing some spots at 7 and that
what is he, a fucking leopard?
To chill. He'd be.
I said that off mic earlier. I wanted to make sure we got
I told him to save it for on air. But he said he would arrive, and he was looking forward to it. It sounded. I don't know how I could play the voice memo on air here. How I can play sounds from my computer. Can you hear sounds from my computer? I wonder.
Do you have a loop back? Feature? Probably not.
Let me see. I'm going to play a YouTube video and tell me if you can hear this on air.
Go ahead.
Oh, give me 1 second here. Let's find a video here.
God, I'm getting absolutely butt fucked right now on cryptocurrencies.
Can you hear this?
Nope.
No, I can hear it in my headset, but you can't. So
I think I don't know how none of that shit works, dude.
I've been trying to set it all up. I found some software today, where I can take multiple chats if I were to live stream and put all the chats in one thing so I can read and respond. But I don't really want to live stream. I'm going to get back and start making some videos from my channel soon.
Yeah.
But I got to figure out how to get stuff off I can play it from my phone into my mic.
Yeah, there you go. Old school.
So, yeah. So I'm sure.
I got my soundboard working.
He doesn't say anything.
Hold on. Billionaire Podcast Network.
Yeah. All right. So I left Naeem a message on 4th of July telling him to come on the show. That was, and then he got back to me this morning at 10:54 a.m. and this is what he said.
Yo, Dave. Thanks for the invite, dog. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it, man. I got a show tonight, but the show's at 7, so I'll be done probably by 9. So 10 will be perfect for me. And yeah, bro, let's kick it tonight, man. Let's unwind. Let's let you know what I like to do a lot of times, dog. I like to let the jokes come naturally. I feel like sometimes comedians want to force funny all the time. We don't got to do that. Life is funny enough, and I feel like tonight we gonna be able to bring some of that shit out, bro. So just send me the link or whatever. However I get on there, I got this fancy headset from my job, so we're good with that. And I'll talk to you tonight, bro. Thanks again.
Well, did you send him the link?
So that was Naeem's message.
Did you send the link to him?
I did. I sent the link.
He
did not view it. It has been unviewed.
He if he shows up, it'd be a nice surprised.
Yeah, he could have got, maybe he's hanging with his boys in the city. He's having a couple pops, getting loose. Time, he's on
He was nice enough to come on Crowder Boys. Very
EPT,
good episode
Black
with him.
People Time. So I expected, before it even came to my imagination, I was telling this Dalton off air, I had been booking everybody and they'd always show up, right? So I had this like Cat Williams idea of the world where, I can hit a 3-pointer because there's no way in my mind that I missed the 3-pointer. So I had no doubt that all the guests would always show up for the end of time. And then a couple people were DMing me, do you think Naeem? And then they planted that seed of doubt in my head. And so now I don't know if he's going to show up. This may be the first thing. So I did reach out to a couple special guests to see if they wanted to come on. And then, Naeem said he would, that you heard the message there. So,
Yeah, he sounded very black. Is my soundboard working?
Yeah. So hold on. I might have a special guest right here. I might have a special guest now. I had them check their DMs. So we might have a special guest coming on here. Everybody be prepared.
Are these sounds coming through the soundboard?
Yeah, I can hear them. They sound great. Let's see if our special guest wants to join. I sent them the link.
Is it we have a guest?
Maybe. I sent them the link. They haven't seen it yet, but they did just look in their DMs. So let's see if they're in the mood to be our special guest or not. Maybe not. But anyways, while that's happening...
Wait, speaking of Naeem...
The N-word!
Okay.
Do you want to talk about... So McCusker's...
wait a second.
Matt McCusker's account getting hacked?
Wait a second. I got to finish the toe.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
The toe...
Donald Trump calls this the weave.
What happened with the toenail...
Yeah.
I never used to have problems with my toenails, and then one day I wore a bad pair of shoes, and the toenails became ingrown, and so I had to have them removed by a doctor. And it takes about a year for them to grow back, and so the right toenail grew back fine. The left toenail grew back all fucked up for whatever reason, and so at a certain, it was growing back like really not the right way, and then. At a certain point, it just like turned black and stopped growing. But it came in. It was
dude,
like,
I'm sorry. That is so fucked up, dude. I wouldn't be able to sleep if my toenail was turning randomly black.
And so what happened? And it was so like the way it was coming in. It was like I don't know what was happening, but it was like really thick, and it was like to where I couldn't really clip it. It was also like.
Is it a fungus?
No, it didn't grow back right. I don't know what happened.
Yeah,
but,
I have a similar thing with my toe going on.
Eventually, it stopped growing.
Yeah,
and then it was like it looked like it was like growing on top of itself. So there was like this. Just over time, it started like some other thing, like new toenail was pushing the old one out.
Oh, I have. Go ahead.
And so eventually this dead black toenail started.
Oh, I don't have
within
that.
the last few weeks, started like folding over the top of my, like the tip of my big toe.
Yeah.
And then that's where I was like, it was really causing problems where I would put on my socks and shoes and it was just hurting all day. And so that's why like yesterday I just said, well, I don't want to have to do this because it fucking sucks, but I gotta go get it removed.
Yeah, dude, I would.
So I went to this minor emergency clinic, and the doctor.
I would just for the future. I know you're trying to save money. I would go to the adult one. That's just me, guys.
That's that's good advice. Yeah.
Okay, but
the doctor was chill. Like he came in and was just like baffled as to why I let it go this long. He was like, "How long's it been like this?" And I go, "I don't know, man. Probably like 2 years."
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying.
And he goes, "Well, like what do you want to do? You want to rip it off and see what happens?" I was like, yeah, man,
I go on Twitter and I
do that. I have to do it. So just like whatever you got to do, and then so he comes back in with all of his tools and accoutrement, and
it's like Jim Carrey and Dumb and Dumber. He's got the angle grinder out.
Yeah, he's got a jackhammer and a sawzall. No, he came back with his tray of like his needle and his fluids and tools and all that. And he goes, now this is going to be the worst part is the injection for the numbing agent, the local anesthetic. He was like, it's a pretty painful injection, but this will be the worst.
I'm gonna need you to pull your pants down and turn around.
Yeah, I need you to pull your pants down, turn around, grab your ankles, and spread your cheek.
It's gonna be a pretty painful injection,
Yeah.
but after that, it's smooth sailing.
But he was not wrong. He injected. I closed my eyes and just was like clenching the side of the bed.
Did the needle go under the toenail?
No.
Okay.
Fortunately, no. That would be crazy. No. He injected it like above the toenail, like in the meat of the toe.
Okay, because normally they do they rub a little local anesthetic and then they poke the localized anesthetic with the internal like numbing agent.
No, he rubbed it down with like iodine. So it looked like Ray Fiennes in this 28 Years Later, the movie they just came out.
To kill the germs. Yeah.
He rubbed it down with iodine and then he jammed it into the toe, and it was
like Pulp Fiction, dude. When
painful.
When they're doing the EpiPen in Pulp Fiction, dude.
It was like really, really painful.
Yeah.
And I just was like clenching the sides of the bed, like gritting my teeth. And he gets done. And he was like, "Did that hurt? That didn't hurt you?" And I go, "No, it was really painful." He goes, he was like, "Oh yeah, usually people are like screaming during these." And I was like, "Oh no, I mean, no, it was definitely not pleasant." And I said, "Also, I feel really sick and lightheaded now from how much that hurt. Can I please get some water?" And so he's like, "Yeah, I'll get you some water, and then by the time I come back, it should be ready. It should be numbed up." So he
just out of curiosity, and
by the way,
I'm just
losing viewer. We're hemorrhaging viewers.
I just want to kind of they all thought that the black. I
guess they thought Naeem was coming.
Yeah, they thought Naeem was coming. So the real fans will stick around till black time, and Naeem will be here. But just out of curiosity, for scientific purposes and no other reasons, this is a male doctor, so it's not a nurse.
Yes.
It's a real doctor.
A real doctor.
What race is the doctor? What race is the doctor?
White Caucasian.
A white Caucasian, Texas man.
Parts unknown.
That's what I was picturing. So I'm not racist. I was just correct.
Yeah, he's a white fellow.
I just wasn't sure if this is like the Matthew McConaughey thing where you're like, now imagine it's an Indian doctor. You know what I mean? All right, so I was picturing a white doctor the whole time, so I'm not racist.
White doctor, yeah.
I'm just really good at picking up on
smoking
signals.
A cigarette.
Yeah. Women would call that emotional intelligence. Okay, so go on. So the guy's poking your thing.
And then I go, hey, I feel like I'm like about to pass. I'm dizzy and I'm about to pass out. I feel sick from how much that hurt. And I was like, he was like, "Do you need like nausea medicine?" I go, "I just need some water, man." So he's like, "All right, I'll get some water, and when I come back, it should be ready." And he brings me some water, and I take a sip, and then he goes, "All right, so let's get to it." And he like, pulls out his metal tools, and I just close my eyes because I'm like, I can't watch this. And he does something with the toe and with the toenail, and he goes, "Can you feel that? Does that hurt?" And I go, "Yeah, man, that's extremely painful, whatever you're doing." And he's like, "Okay, I guess we need more anesthetic."
Yeah, dude, I always need more, dude. Or they go in too early. It's like they give you more, and then it gets super numb like after the surgery, and you're like, "Oh, well, that's too late. That should have happened earlier."
Yeah, he went to like dig at it at first, and I go, "Nope, that really hurts." That is kind of what I was trying to avoid by coming here.
Yeah, they've done that to me at the dentist before.
Yeah, so he injected like another side of my toe, and he goes, "Can you feel that?" And I go, "Yep, that hurts." And that one I did actually kind of scream. I kind of was like, ah!
Ouch, my toe.
But then it was like good and numb. It was like completely numb after that.
Yeah.
He goes, okay, I think we're good now. And I just closed my eyes, and then like a few seconds later, he goes, all right, we're done. And I was like, oh, really? And he was like, yep, it's off. So I'm going to bandage you up, and nurse will bring you your discharge papers. You can get out of here. And that was it.
Did you keep the nail?
No, I did not keep the nail.
So I had a compound fracture in my big toe.
Thank you, Drew. Would a Chinese woman make it more pleasant? And also, happy birthday, America. Shout out America and guns. Yes, happy birthday, America.
I had a compound fracture on my big toe. I won't do a second story for you guys, but it was pretty gruesome. And it broke the big toe on my left foot right at the cuticle. So that nail grows back in layers.
Yeah, that's what happened. And
it fell off one time, and then it grew back in layers. And the guy was like, well, the cuticle's damaged, so you can have a surgery and have the cuticle removed altogether, which will make no nail on the toe, or you can just keep that funky toenail. So I just keep the funky toenail.
Yeah, that's what happened. Is it was growing back in it was becoming like a super toenail. It was growing back in layers, but then it died and it just turned black.
Mine doesn't get thick. It just gets like there's an underlayer that's like all broken, and then there's a top part that never attaches to it. So I have to like cut the top half and have this like jagged bottom undercarriage that does stick. And like in every couple of years, they're like, we can pull it off and see if the cuticle will grow back, but it'll probably be broken. So it doesn't hurt or anything. It just was a compound fracture.
The reason mine got so out of hand is because I fucking hate having to have that done.
Yeah.
It's so unpleasant.
Oh, you hate having your toenail ripped off?
Yeah, I do not enjoy having my toenail ripped off.
Yeah, you're one of the few. You're one of the few. Yeah.
And it takes a year for it to grow back. And I just was like, man, I do not want to
So when they do that, right? So I've had like a part of my nail broken off, like doing athletics and stuff. And then you cut it back. That skin underneath that has not had air or like been desensitized to the touch is super sensitive.
Yeah, it hurts to take a shower, like the water hits it.
Yeah, dude. How long does that last, dude? Is that how long just before it toughens up?
Yeah, it's like a few days, and then it just becomes like just this weird sensation you're not used to, where you can like feel.
Yeah,
you just have like you can feel everything like brushing against it for the first time.
Yeah,
but it doesn't hurt anymore. But like the first few days, yeah, it's like I'll go get in the shower and like when the water like falls on it.
Yeah.
It all like makes you wince. Like
it's like fresh skin. Yeah, it shouldn't be exposed. It's supposed to have a shield on it of some sort.
Yeah. I got a friend of mine though, former guest of the Loud Boys. Well, we had to delete his episode actually, so I don't know if anybody remembers him. Friend of mine, Tyler Simpson, he was telling me he was getting ingrown toenails constantly and was having to have them removed so much that.
Too bad Naeem's not here. I think all his toenails are ingrown.
Yep.
The N-word.
But he was my friend Tyler was telling me eventually his doctor was like, all right, so your toenails are just fucked up. And so how about instead of, I bet you're sick of having to come in and get these things removed every like year. And he goes like, why don't we just kill the nail bed and then you just don't have toenails ever?
That's what they were saying they could do to my big toe, but it's not that bad. So when you have I thought that a hangnail was an ingrown, but what's happening with an ingrown is that the sides are bending down and they're starting to grow like into your toe.
And then you just get to where you can't walk. It hurts so much.
Yeah, I've never had that, luckily.
Yeah, I've had that. That's what led to all this. So, yeah, it's an ingrown toenail. Like gets to where you're basically crippled. Like it becomes so painful you can't like function. You eventually go, I have to go get it removed now.
Yeah.
Welcome to. I thought I would be able to not have to do that.
The Dave and Dalton Doctor Hour.
I have had I will say, like, lesser ingrown toenails I've had in the past.
Yeah.
I have had them where I was
Hey,
able
I
to,
wouldn't say that end grown is lesser. I would say they're equal, but different.
I've had them before where they weren't as severe,
Yeah.
and I was able to like fish them out and clip them. But that was like doing surgery on myself, and it was very painful. But I was
Oh,
like,
I've done a couple surgeries in my day, and I was like, whatever this is, I'm gonna put some alcohol on it. I'm gonna heat these clippers up, and I'm gonna cut it off. If it doesn't grow back, I'm not going to the doctors. But if it does, I'll go to the doctors. So I've done a couple of home surgeries.
yeah,
I've always removed my own stitches. I'm not going back and paying
sure.
to get
No,
stitches
you
removed.
never have to pay. I tell everybody, I go, that's what I say is like, you want socialized medicine? We already have it. You don't have to fucking pay that shit. I'm serious. Like they'll sell it to a debt
Yeah,
collector,
yeah.
and then you just don't answer your phone, and then it just goes away.
After 7 years, we learned that last week with
Yeah,
financial Drew Flores financial advice.
It kills me. These people who like drive themselves crazy over this and put themselves into like financial turmoil trying to pay off their medical debts, and I'm like, dog, I just wouldn't pay it. Like, keep your fucking money.
I think it's $9K for like a baby.
Yeah,
in a bad area and like $30K in a good area.
Because the thing, dude, and the thing that gets me is like, because of the way the people think the system is, that debt is this moral obligation that you have to pay it.
Yeah,
they'll put off like getting any sort of doctoring done. You know, they'll put off like the medical care they need because they don't want to have to deal with the bill. And it's like, hey, man, being alive and in debt is better than being dead and debt free. Just fucking go to the doctor. They'll hit you with however many tens of thousands of dollars or whatever it costs, and then don't fucking pay it. Just say like, I'm at least I'm alive and my credit score is 600. That's better than being dead with an 800 credit score. That's fucking crazy to me.
I get a juice-spiracy for you, by the way.
What is it?
So SAG has really good health insurance, right? The Screen Actors Guild. And so they help put each other's friends in, like, you only have to do like one commercial a year or whatever, and then you can get on SAG, and then you're part of this huge network with this great health insurance. As long as you keep paying your SAG membership, then you get this health insurance. So it's basically like subsidized health insurance for anybody who's ever been in the Hollywood ecosystem. And so you don't have to be in like movies every time. I think you can just do like one commercial like every 3 years, and you get SAG health insurance, which is like top of notch. So, but I don't know. Anybody in the comments here have SAG? Is Matt Damon in the thing? I do know that you can get interest-free loans if you're part of the tribe.
I've heard this. Yes.
Yeah. I'm dating. Actually, I don't know if I'm dating her anymore. All right, I got some. Maybe she's listening right now. So I've been talking to this, young lady, this Jewish lady now. I've been dating her for probably about 3 weeks, and she every morning texts good morning. I get up early. I get up at like 4 or 5. She gets up after me, so I wait for her to say good morning, and then I respond, and then we chit chat throughout the day or whatever. 2 days ago, no good morning. So I was like, well, no big deal. She's probably sick or with friends or going to the beach or whatever. So eventually I do message her, and we message back and forth, but she's very short with me. No answers, or she's just like emojiing it. And then today we haven't been in talking to one another. So this is the first no contact in 3 weeks. So as far as I'm concerned, we're broken up.
Right.
And I'm back in the dating market.
This is actually good advice.
This is
texting
soft.
her every 20 minutes.
Yeah, I definitely text her. Yeah. So I'm just assuming this is a soft ghost and that I'm back on the market, ladies. So DMs are open. Reach out to me.
Oh, that's probably how you met a Jewish lady, is because it was at the market. They love
Yeah.
finance.
I did try to
And by the way,
explain
hold on,
crypto DeFi to her. She did not
does,
understand it.
how does this work? By the way, actually, hold on. Before we get anything else,
Yeah.
let's do a little Corn Fed Radio. This is that song. But folks, please bring 7 friends. But this is that song I was talking about.
Okay.
So last year, Jack White still makes music, just as Jack White, not the White Stripes. And
Well, Tony's saying we can get SAG for token whatever, not to be a Sal, but maybe we can get SAG insurance for doing the podcast.
doing a podcast. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
But yeah, Jack White still actually makes like really good music, and he put out an album last year, and then he put out a music video for one of the songs on the album recently, and it's a really cool video. And this is just why the 7 friends thing is stuck with me. But folks, it's Corn Fed Radio.
White Stripes really good. A little incesty sometimes.
Folks, check out this band called the White Stripes. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
And then if you like them, you'll probably also enjoy Jack White.
Yeah.
As a solo artist.
Him and his sister, a little too close if you ask me, but folks, hey, what do I know?
Corn Fed Radio 148.8 WKNIGG, The Chirp. And this is Archbishop Harold Holmes by Jack White. And this is John C. Reilly in the video. It's a cool video.
Yeah, I gotta listen to that off of StreamYard because it's hard to tell if the vocals are that on top of the music. Like the vocals sound very on top of the music, and the music sounds like behind it. If that makes sense.
I guess that might be the way it's mixed. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be mixed that way. It does have a rock rap type feel to it, but but
with this loop
spoken word. I did like that though.
Yeah,
I like
it's
the
cool.
White
It's
Stripes.
a cool
that
song,
was good.
And that's why I tell people now to for this show, please bring 7 friends.
yeah. When I was watching that though, I couldn't stop thinking about. There's a way that old men, and I don't walk like this yet or move like this, but he's moving in a very particular way, like when he's on the stage in that suit. And it kind of reminds me of like Kevin Spacey, a couple of other older guys, where kind of like when you're watching what was the remake with De Niro where he's like the Irishman.
Oh yeah, that's not a remake.
Yeah, the Irishman. Yeah, like it's just so bad. Where it's like kicking the guy in the street, and it's like you have no quad strength. You're just like moving like
the way some old men move.
Yeah. So when he was on stage, I couldn't help but watch him. Like he's trying to move around and be agile, but he's like picking his feet up under him instead of in front of him, kind of like a shuffle. And
that's how old guys walk. Yeah, they shuffle.
Yeah, I'm not quite there yet.
Every day I'm shuffling.
Yeah, they listen to FMO, dude. That's why. I didn't even think of that, dude. You're right. My bad.
Yeah.
No, it was for some reason it's just distracting. It's when old people.
Is he even? What old is John C. Reilly?
That's what I'm saying. I didn't think he was that old, but then I saw how he's doing that type of movement, and I was like, "Oh, he's older than I think he is."
He's probably close to 60, I would say.
No, I would say he's over. I was thinking 67. I'm 50.
He's 60.
He's 60. Okay.
Yeah.
He's out of shape for 60.
Oh shit! You know what? We're gonna go right into this because I love this song. King Buzzo, Dark Brown Teeth, Ride Santa Cruz, $5. Folks,
thank you for the super chat.
If you name a song that I just already really like, I'm going right into it because that is I really like that one. This is actually King Buzzo's acoustic album he did called This Machine Kills Artists. So this is, who King Buzzo is from the Melvins?
I know the Melvins, but I don't know King Buzzo.
Well, he does every now and then he
Is
does
he the
like
big curly haired guy?
yeah. Every now and then
Yeah.
he does like these solo like acoustic albums. I think he's done like two now. He did one that was just him, and then there was another one that was King Buzzo and Trevor Dunn, the bassist for Mr. Bungle,
Okay.
who's also played bass on some Melvin's albums. But his acoustic stuff is really cool because it's like he tunes his guitar the same as like when he's in Melvin's, but it's acoustic. So it's like this crazy fucked up tuning. You'll hear it. This is a cool song. Folks, it's Corn Fair Radio. 148.8 WKNIGG, The Chirp. And this is Dark Brown Teeth by King Buzzo. I really like this album.
There's a magic drunken lord filled with paper, jolly women, watching burn down. And they'll tell you why you're wrong. And how these meanings go. When they're giving what they're giving, then there won't be drunken ladies. Watch it fall down. Why would let this be their song? And they'll tell you why you're wrong. And how did remix go?
That was cool. I like that song.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. I had to close my eyes to even imagine what he's doing to the guitar.
Yeah, the chat is
Yeah.
divided over the album art, but that's his wife Maggie Osborne who did the art. She's done, I think, the artwork for pretty much all the Melvins albums, and I think she's done the art for a lot of the Tool albums. Tool albums too. She's like a very accomplished graphic designer. She's good. I like her artwork.
Yeah, I didn't think the artwork was terrible or anything.
Yeah, but the song, yeah, that's a cool song. I like that one.
Yeah, fun. There's a lot going on there with the guitar. Yeah.
Yeah, I forget. Like he does all these wacky tunings, and it sounds cool.
Yeah, I wish that I was, not that I wish that I was, because I am who I am and I like who I am now, but I was not super musically inclined because I was so regimented when I was young that playing an instrument felt overwhelming because I was trying to figure out, like, what's the absolute best way to do this? What's the structure? It has to be tuned perfectly. And it wasn't until I got older and was hanging out with the guys in the band that are just like, yeah, sometimes the coolest things come out of your guitar when it's like not tuned.
Sure.
And you're just fucking around and you're learning how the instrument works and how to hit it and play all this stuff. But I just wasn't, I was creative in a different way, and that was not it. So I didn't.
Yeah,
really,
I never could.
Didn't really have the Dewey gene in me.
I never
from,
could
like,
figure out music. Like I was
Malcolm
in
the Middle.
I was in band in high school, marching band and jazz band, and they are like, band directors are just like fat, fucking miserable cunts, and so that like kind of soured my perception of how to do music.
Yeah.
I really wanted to be good at music, but it was like I just had this kind of all or nothing mentality where it's like you either have to be like very technically proficient or you just don't understand it, Like everything has to be tuned properly and you have to hit
Yeah.
all the notes or whatever. And and so I just like ended up getting frustrated, not go like really pursuing music outside of, the extracurriculars I was in.
So it's
But
insane. I was just thinking back when I went to shout out to Plainville, Massachusetts, because they had an excellent music program. And I used to play the glockenspiel. I forgot about this. The xylophone, the cymbals, and they would teach you all these instruments, and we'd have a blast. Then when I went to Attleboro High School, this is what I wanted to bring up. The music class with this guy, Mr. Carboni, who would just play the piano. And I didn't think anything of it at the time, but he's probably like 26, but I pictured him being like 40. But looking back, he's probably a 26-year-old who would come and play the piano. But all the 15-year-old hot chicks in the class, and I was 15 at the time, but he wasn't. They would like rub his back and sit on his lap and play the piano. So so I was looking back as like, and this is 1986, 87. So this 26-year-old like college guy comes back to teach music, and he's just got like all these high school and middle school. This wasn't even high school. This is middle school girls sitting on his lap, rubbing his back, playing the piano. So he was probably, I don't know if they were doing anything, but looking back, it's fishy. Anyways, we made paper guitars and did lip sync videos, and I did Dire Straits, Money for Nothing, Chicks for Free with, I can't remember who I did it with, but with two other guys, we did Dire Straits to our lip sync song. In his class. That's all I did for music, and then music was done for me. But I'm pretty sure he molested some 15-year-olds back when you could do that in the 80s and no one looked. Like 14 was too young back then.
But 15
was
grass
cool.
on the field.
Yeah, and then by the 90s, it was like, all right, no more 15-year-olds. You can 16. And then by 2000, they're like, okay, 17's cool. And now 2025, they're like, look, 18 plus, all right?
When I was in high school, there was this like whole to-do. One of the coaches who was also like a science teacher, one of those deals, he had sex with two different 16-year-old girls and went to jail for that. But then
he's a real ass dude.
Yeah.
He's got a bad attitude.
The women
no,
at the
school, that's wrong, guys. Don't do that.
The women at the school just never got in trouble for that kind of shit. Like there was this, it was like an open secret. Everybody knew there was this one guidance counselor, some lady in her like maybe her 30s.
Yeah.
And it was like a known thing that she was having sex with a lot of the strapping young jocks. So, guys who were 16, 17, 18. And it was just like, everybody was like, that's awesome.
Dude, I blew it. So I wouldn't say that I was a late bloomer. I was healthy as far as like sex back then, where I was focused on schoolwork, sports, hanging out with my boys. Even like when I was 17, 18, I didn't really get into like chicks a lot to like 17, 18. But I was thinking back, we had like a regular English class. Then you had a writing, like, I don't know what it was called, like a writing block. It wasn't like a full class. Like it was called creative writing. But I was 18 my senior year or 17. And Mrs. Maple was this extremely beautiful redhead, like a Molly Ringwald type redhead that was probably like 20, 24, 25, 26. And she would keep me after school saying that I was an excellent writer. You guys hear me on the show here. I am not an excellent writer. but we would go through my writing stuff, and she would have like a sundress, and I'd be sitting in this chair, and she'd be like sitting up on the desk on top of me, crossing and uncrossing her legs, talking to me about her writing and stuff.
Damn, she was hitting you with the basic instinct.
Dude, we didn't like, now you guys have the internet, so you kind of understand the teachers, but back then I was just like, I don't know, like 20. I just thought she was just like old adult. I didn't understand like that she was looking at me like a sexual equal. I was like, this is an old lady that happens to be cute. I knew she was younger than the other teachers, but I didn't think she was in like
A sexual equal.
yeah, but you know what I mean? Like an
Yeah, I know
18-year-old
what
and a
you mean.
26, but I wasn't in that mind space yet. We didn't have like internet pornography and all that stuff. I was still like, let me get out of here. I want to get on my fucking bike, or I want to get in my car and go hang with my boys and play basketball or baseball or whatever. I wasn't thinking about banging Molly Ringwald until this had to be my junior year, because my senior year, all I thought about was freaking banging. So I was probably 17. This is probably 1992. Yeah. But yeah, a lot of, I can see why kids are banging their teachers.
I can't. I mean, it's like, I understand.
They shouldn't be in that type of close quarters
Well, it's like
when that's going on.
I can understand it in as much as like you might have a passing thought and just say to yourself, absolutely no way can I ever act on that, and I have to,
yeah, as a teacher,
I have to like try and just like forget I even had
no. I didn't. If I said that, I said it wrong. I'm not saying I see why teachers are banging their students. I meant I see why students are banging their teachers.
Oh yes, yeah, I get that. But the teacher, whenever these stories come out,
they got to draw a line.
When it's like a pretty good looking, woman who's in her mid 20s and she gets busted because she fucked a 16-year-old boy.
Yeah,
I'm always like, bitch, how fucking stupid are you? Like, why did you think that you were going to be able to do this? Because like, I guess like best case scenario, he brags to his friends and you're branded as like the whore of that.
Or you just deny it. You're like, 16-year-old boys lie. He's a liar.
But then when you see the mugshot and now she's going to lose her job and go to jail.
And she's a hottie mugshotty on Instagram.
And it's like, bitch, was it worth it to have sex with a boy who is like inexperienced also? You're having sex with an actual boy.
So I want to say this. This is really one thing that I got a bone. I'm kind of like the liver king of corn-fed. And this is where I have a bone to pick with Joe Rogan.
Okay.
I don't like the jokes that they make about young boys that are being preyed on by women and then giving them the attaboy when it's like molestation.
Sure. Yeah, I'm with you. I always thought like, yeah, when you're 16, that sounds cool. But when you're an adult, you should look at that and go, that lady's a fucking weirdo. That lady is gross for doing that.
But also, like, so I had some things when I was young with babysitters and stuff that I'm not going to get into. And Luis Gomez is another one. Rogan is probably another one. Ari's definitely one. I've heard these guys all tell stories on their podcast or whatever. And they're like, when a woman is abused by a man, they see the type of abuse that they have. But when a boy is molested or abused by a woman, they're like, oh, he's fine because he wanted it. But then those guys turn into adults, and it takes them a long time to respect women or look at them anything but sexual objects. So I think it affects dudes in a bad way that fucks them up, but it's not recognized in society.
Right. I mean, I just look at it.
It's just as bad to have be a female with the place of power over a child and use that abuse, and then they're like, oh, he's fine, he wanted it. He's like, he had urges, but that's like saying she was dressed like that, so she wanted it. He's 16 and 20, so he wanted it. It's
right.
like,
I mean,
it's
just
still
me as an adult,
molestation of a child.
Me as like an adult now, if I was friends with a teacher, some woman in her 20s, and I found out that she fucked a 16-year-old, I would be like, ew, bitch. First off, I've been trying to fuck you this whole time, and you've been turning me down at every turn and denying me and telling me, "Oh, we're just friends," and then you fuck a boy, you fuck a child instead of. At least I'm an adult. I mean, granted, I probably don't have that much to offer, but I can at least offer you this. If you have sex with me, you're not going to go to jail.
On her and you're like, what? How could you do? And yeah, sure, I don't have much to offer, but anyway, I'm still mad.
Yeah, it's like it's like the biggest regret you're going to deal with me is like you just regret that you fucked me.
Yeah,
if you fuck a boy, you're gonna go that's gonna ruin your life. Like that'll be the last time you regret anything because they ain't gonna let you do anything else.
Here's the thing, right? I have a theory here. Stay with me.
Okay.
If you have a sex, even with somebody that's your equal age,
a sex.
If you have a sex,
it's a me.
It's a me. You're sexy, all.
Sexy.
If you have sex, even with somebody of equal age, at too young of an age, right? That kind of implants in you, right? That's especially that's what sex feels like.
By the way, I think there's a girl here or somebody with I don't know who Ayana is, but they say, "What the fuck am I getting into tonight?"
We're all wondering that, Ayana, dude.
Into the show.
Yeah, but so then as you get older, right? I feel like you're always chasing that dragon, right? So you want to make sure you want to wait a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say it out loud, but like if you're in your teens, right, and the other person's in their teens, and you have sex, that imprints on you. Now you're chasing that teen dragon the rest of your life that you're never going to have again. So I think you should wait to have sex until it's an obtainable repeat.
Right.
Because like it's disgusting and you're hurting and you're abusing somebody. You're using them as a sexual object. But there's a reason that these creeps go to Epstein's Island when they look at sex as something that's theirs to take, like a abuse, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm losing people here.
I kind of don't know that.
I'm saying that it's supposed to be a mental connection between two people that care about one another, and you're supposed to understand that it's intimacy with two people,
right?
And if you do it at an animalistic
and a child
age,
doesn't possess the emotional maturity.
Yes. So when you do it at an animalistic age, then the people, what they're getting out of it is an animalistic.
She's really
feeling
smart for her age.
No.
She's very
people. Then you're getting like, then you're getting like an animalistic idea of an act that is supposed to be mental and animalistic and connection.
Yeah,
you know.
I don't know. I'm bad at
I don't know.
We have another song request.
I don't think anybody, now that I think about it, no one should be having sex until 26.
$5 Rosa Smith. Slow
when your
motion,
brain is fully developed.
Third eye blind. Folks, this is Cornfed Radio 148.8 WKNIG.
I stand behind everything I said tonight. You can clip it and put it on the internet.
I don't co-sign any of what Dave just said.
I'm reading it from the script that Dalton gives me before the show.
Yeah, I write all of this.
This sneak peek behind the thing. This is all written.
Well, this is Brosa Smith's request. I don't know.
This is not an entertainment show. Everything here is scientific. 100% true.
Taught me English, but I think I just shot her son. Does he owe me home with the bullet in the chest?
Is that Chelsea? What's her face? The comedian?
Now he's bleeding in a vacant eye.
Chelsea Peretti? Was that Chelsea Peretti riding the crowd in the beginning?
I guess I didn't need a man.
What? You said
Was
what?
that Chelsea Peretti riding the female comedian who was riding the crowd at the beginning of the video?
Maybe.
All right, okay.
I
I'm
don't,
trying to listen to the thing. I was trying to see who this will listen to the lyrics. Sorry.
I don't know.
All right,
Ooh,
rewind it.
this is a
Rewind it.
cool hat.
It's hard to hear. Rewind it. I also want to see if that's Chelsea Peretti riding the crowd in the beginning.
All right, I guess we'll start over.
All right.
I don't think I've ever heard this song.
Miss Jones taught me English, but I think I just shot her son. Cause he owed me money.
No.
Yes, sir. Yes.
No, it's just an Italian bitch.
Now he's bleeding in a vacant lot. Rolling the song where we used to smoke pot. I guess I didn't need it. But man, you should have seen it. His flesh explode. Slow motion, see that go.
Now, hold on. Let me pause this real quick just to say, so far, I do not like this song.
It's a joke song. If you listen to it, it has to do with what we were talking about. The beginning part was about a teacher, I think. Yeah.
Oh, because I'm just like hung
He wants
up
us
on.
to. I know you're a music guy. I think we're supposed to be listening to the lyrics in this.
Oh, dude, I can't. Yeah, I'm just like.
And the lyrics
focused
are hard to
on
hear. Yeah.
That I just, it's not pleasing to my ears. But we'll continue. We'll see if it gets better.
Die young, slow motion, see that go. What a brother knows. Slow motion, see that go. Now the cops will get me, but girl, if you would let me, I'll take your pants off. I got a little bit of blow we could both get off. Later, baby, in the afterglow. 2 lines of coke got cut with Drano. Her nose starts to bleed. A most beautiful ruby red. Slow motion, see me now. Living them these days. Slow motion, see me now.
Look at all these honkies. It's only honkies at the third eye blind.
I know my sister's eating cane chips again. Maybe that's why she's insane. I shut the door to the morning, and I shoot smack in my veins. Wouldn't you? I see my neighbors beating his wife. Because he hates his life. There's more to his fist at his face. Oh man, what a beautiful thing. That's close to me.
Everybody's singing along. It's hilarious.
I couldn't imagine knowing the lyrics to.
Well, I think it's
more
that's
than
the
one
joke.
Third Eye Blind song.
Hollywood kind of my ride. I'm the young urban psycho guy. I incite murder.
Oh shit! What happened? Did the stream? Is the stream down?
No, it's still showing live, and I'm seeing people chat.
Yeah, but they're saying the stream is down.
I thought they were just saying this song sucks.
Wait a second. Oh, hold on. I think the stream got nuked.
Really? It's still showing me live on my screen.
It says live, but I think like the people tuning in can't. Let's see.
We got 3/5 of a stream, folks. I can see what's going on here.
Let me see here. Did the stream go down? Hold on. Wait, I can't. Hold on a second. What?
Hold on, I just asked if the stream.
What the fuck happened?
Okay, Raphael saying yes, the stream is down.
The stream is down. Well, how do I fix that? Stream suspended for policy violations. What the fuck is what is the violation? What does that mean?
For the too much music?
I don't understand what happened.
Uh-oh.
Shit, man.
Maybe we did too much music in a row because we did like one song after another.
Yeah, how do I fix this?
Oh, let's ask ChatGPT. Okay, we
Damn,
live
dude.
streaming and got shut down for a policy violation. How do we fix this?
I don't know, dude. Let me see. Maybe I gotta go to StreamYard. No, StreamYard wouldn't. Well, shit.
ChatGPT wants to know what the exact message was on YouTube.
It just says policy violation.
Did
What
they?
the fuck, dude? Let's see.
Oh, did we say the P word?
What's the P word? Oh, they're saying we back. They're saying we're back.
We're back. Can you guys see us now?
Is it back? Hold on. Yep. It's
We
back.
fixed it. Troubleshooting.
We fixed it by doing nothing.
We fixed it. I was on ChatGPT. Yeah.
Huh. I don't know what happened. Maybe the song was so shitty that YouTube said we cannot allow this.
I think we played too many songs too quickly in a row, and it's like you can't just.
That's crazy. I've never had a stream just get That means the channel's picking up. That means people are noticing.
Yeah.
The channel. That's good. That's a good sign.
The you know who's are trying to take us down.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't understand. I don't get that, but
so
isn't the rule though that if you're commenting, if you're doing like a commentary, like a reaction thing,
yeah,
that you should be allowed to do it. So it's like it's just that YouTube has like some automated shit that like fucks up your whole shit because like I know you can't monetize a reaction thing, but I don't think they can like take down your video or your stream if it's a reaction. You know, if you're at least adding something to it.
I used to watch that guy Shaq Reacts or whatever.
Apologies, bros.
I used to watch that guy Shaq Reacts or whatever, and he used to pause it like every 6 to 10 seconds because he said that helps. Like, so when they're doing the reaction thing, they're pausing it pretty quickly to do like funny faces and stuff because it helps. And if you do it too long, that's when it goes. So I don't know. But so I have the lyrics up here, and the lyrics is
man, we're still on this piece of shit.
What? No, but the lyrics are Mrs. Jones taught me English, but I think I just shot her son because he owed me money. With a bullet in the chest, you cannot run. Now he's bleeding in a vacant lot, the one in the summer where he used to smoke pot. I guess I didn't mean it, but man, you should have seen it. His flesh exploded. And then the other one was Hollywood glamorizing. Well, what's funny to me about those lyrics, or because here's the other one: my sister eating paint chips again. Maybe that's why she's insane. I shut the door to her moaning, and I shoot smack in the veins. Why I think it's funny is because the entire audience is singing those lyrics back to him.
Right.
Yeah. So it's like it's a really hardcore song done to like kind of like light music where the whole crowd is singing it back, which is kind of hilarious.
It's ironic. I get it.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait a minute for Michael's request, but yeah, we'll get to the Ernie's here now. But we gotta.
Would you guys like me to do a William Shatner style read of all the lyrics?
We got a lot of heat on us right now.
Slow motion by Third Eye Blind.
You need to be ready. You need to be ready to walk away in 30 seconds flat. When the heat is on you,
Yeah.
you gotta.
Well, I'm glad the stream is back up. I can't believe they tried to take us down.
Dude, they try to.
So, what should we talk about? Actually, let's do something lighthearted.
Hey, the stream is back up. What else?
What else, folks? Play this video that I got loaded down here.
Show me the dog that barked in the background. Tell me his name. Shout out that dog. I don't know what you're talking about.
Please play the video down below.
Beautiful sunny day at the pool. There was only one thing that could make the day better. Now look at that there. The Rizzler knew what he had to do. The Riz face, of course.
Damn.
His plan was in motion.
I thought this was Tate McGee at first, but it's not.
Nice execution, Riz Dog. The new BBQ pulled pork Frisco burger.
This message is approved by the Rizzler.
Now, can I just say, is that not going to sell some Hardee's, dude? I think maybe I'm crazy. I think that is probably money well spent, first of all. And I don't watch a lot of commercials, but that's one of the best commercials I've seen since the 90s.
Is it? Oh, hold on.
Now you're frozen.
My picture is frozen. Give me a second.
Well, I'm going to continue to talk about the Rizzler. The Rizzler's amazing. He's an American hero. Everybody loves the Rizzler, and it's a lot of pressure when you're fully.
It's so fucking goddamn frustrating.
When you
get a computer in 2019.
Yeah,
it's 2025 now, right? And at this point, it might as well be a fucking brick. The whole fucking thing is just there's all this shit.
You have a Mac?
Up. Yeah, it's a Mac, but it's still just like the fucking thing. Dude, it's like I turn the fucking thing on, and there's like all these fucking things that just keep popping up that I click to exit.
Porn? It's a porn tornado?
I don't know, man. And so I click to X them out, and the computer runs slow as shit. And then like I'm here on the browser, and every now and then what'll happen is the whole fucking screen will just blink. It'll go white for a second and then come back. And then like I have to refresh the whole thing because for whatever reason, they don't want me to be able to use a computer for more than like 6 months. So the fact that I've had it this long is like now they're trying to like destroy it so that I finally relent and just spend another fucking $2,000 on a goddamn computer. It doesn't do like no. I don't need it for that much. It's so frustrating.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know how Macs work, but I can tell you on my computer that I can do 2 separate temporary file deletes, an orphan file cleanse, and a bunch of different things you can run on a PC that makes it that I do like monthly. There's got to be something similar. You need to find. It's up to you. You need to either find an Indian man on YouTube, or I prefer a dry, monotone Russian guy in a gray room that will explain to you how to clean your computer.
Thank you for a tip for the technical difficulties. Thank you.
Yeah, go on YouTube, find yourself a Russian guy in a monotone voice in a gray room with no background that's going to slowly walk you through how to clean your Macintosh so that it gets the orphan files.
I know that PCs are a lot cheaper. Here's the thing. The thing with the Macintosh is it's like a crock pot. Yeah, it's supposed to be you set it and forget it.
Well, that's why he likes it. Right? Yeah, he was like, "Oh, an Apple, I like this is
I like Apple.
Or it's a food-based computer."
Well, apples are pretty healthy. I mean, they say if I eat one apple,
some people say that apple
it keeps the doctor away.
Some people say the company itself is satanic, and that the apple with the bite taken out of it is the apple that Eve bit, and so you're keeping the Garden of Eden.
The thing about a Mac is I know a Mac is way more expensive, and you don't have as much access to like the innards of it. Like you can't like play around as much, or you don't have as many capabilities with the PC. But the selling point of a Mac for me, for what I wanted at the time, was that it's just supposed to be intuitive. It's just like I buy the computer and that's it. But that's not it. No, that's it for 6 months, and then they say, "Oh, you thought you were just going to get to use that same Mac forever?" No, you have to buy a new one every 6 months.
Yeah.
We're living in a time of like technological miracles that are purposefully designed to make our lives so much more frustrating than if we didn't have them. It's like we have all the things that all the sci-fi writers wrote about, all the cool.
It's basically a tricorder. This is a tricorder in your pocket.
Yeah, we have all the cool future shit.
Yeah,
that everybody dreamed of for decades, for centuries, but it's all being hamstrung by like tech oligarchs to keep us in like a permanent serf class beholden to them, so that it's that we're surrounded by these wonders that the human race can only dream of, and we're fucking more miserable than ever because it's all designed to fucking suck the life out of us.
No, we got to get you decentralized, baby. We got to get decentralized Dalton out here.
Greetings.
You got to get off the Mac. You got to get onto a PC. They're adaptable. You can add parts to them, remove parts, clean them, cleanse them.
I get that, but you get what I'm saying, that it's like it should. I don't like the fact that I gotta like figure out like tricks and ways to navigate around things, and I gotta become like a
you have to have proper computer hygiene.
I gotta become like a Matthew Lillard, Angelina Jolie hacker.
You gotta learn. You gotta learn to code, Dalton.
Well, here's the thing. Why is it that $2,000 is not enough? Why is it that I gotta fucking figure out some like skills and I gotta do all these other things?
The first computer, the IBM computer my dad brought home for me when I played with the kid, he worked at a computer company. His company gave him a computer for home. He was like, "Do not break this. I can't afford it. It's $8,000. It's a loaner." So computers have gotten pretty cheap. But
PCs are cheap. The thing with a Mac and an iPhone and all of it is it's just like intuitive. So it's not like you don't have like all the modular capabilities, but you also can be stupid and it works for you. But then
that's
like,
why you got to get decentralized. Dude.
But my thing is, I don't want to have to learn how to do things and become and figure out how to tinker and maneuver and navigate.
You're basically
it should be
Ted Bundy, dude.
$2,000.
You're the Unabomber, dude.
If I've worked and saved up and I've made $2,000,
what would Ted Bundy be like?
This should cover me for the next fucking decade that I have this goddamn computer, and it doesn't. And that is where you get people eventually they get fed up enough that they resort to acts of violence.
You should get a shed in the woods
of having to buy these fucking goddamn machines. Now I'm triangulated. Now I have learned how to.
You know what they did to Waco?
I learned technology just so I could triangulate the location of Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple. I'm going to save my fellow man from the tyranny and terror of this fucking company once and for all. I have found Tim Cook's location, and I'm on my way to meet him.
I like my PC and my Android. Bring Crack's super chat back up. I think what he's talking about is I literally
you got into a tiff with Sweeze.
We didn't get in a tiff. I was responding on the Crowder Boys thing. I don't even really remember what it was, but I said that Sweeze is my Rizzler, basically, and he said something like he wasn't sure if it was a shot at him, a compliment, or scorched earth, but I forgot all about it because we were in DMs talking back and forth all morning, and then he probably went to sleep because he was up all night because he was up before I was up, and I got up at like 4:35. He was supposed to be the special guest, but he didn't get the memo until airtime, so he doesn't have his stuff set up. So anyways, the answer is yes. Sweezy and me are cool. He was supposed to be the special secret guest tonight, but he didn't read my last voicemail because I think he went to bed at 7:27 a.m.
Sweet's been in the chat.
Yeah, Sweezy's been here tonight. He
Yeah,
even said
he
we
doesn't
were
have
cool
to
and
come on
chill.
camera if he doesn't want to.
He said we were cool. No, he didn't have his stuff set up. I already messaged him.
It's all good.
Yeah, but we're gonna have a special Sweeze guest. Yeah, Naeem has not gotten into my thing, so
Yeah,
I played his message earlier. It's well past Black people time, so we're going into the midnight accountant time now.
Yeah.
So I found out about the midnight accountant today.
What is the midnight accountant?
So Naeem, I'm not going to dox where he used to work because I don't know what's public and what's not. But he used to work for a large food chain / gas station chain in his area as an accountant. And I don't think he does anymore. I think he quit that job a couple months back. Maybe he's back.
Wait, Naeem is an accountant?
Yeah. So I told you, dude, he's Black excellence. He came from a militant Black family. He's like, you think I was joking, but I was serious. Like, I hung out with a lot of militant Blacks. Like his mom's Afrocentric and everything. But Naeem's an accountant, and I guess he was supposed to show up to Tim Butterly event with like Drew Montana and Tim and them, and he said he couldn't because he was working. But the event was like late at night, so they were like, "What do you mean you're working? Like, who needs accountant at midnight?" So he became the midnight accountant.
Oh, the midnight accountant.
Yeah,
I didn't know he was an accountant because, like, following him on Twitter, he says things that is like, it's funny in the way that it's so innocent and like new, where he's having revelations.
Who is Nick Mullen? When he found out who Nick Mullen was?
Well, yeah, just like all these things where it's like, did Naeem just like for the first time in his life like start like paying attention to things? Did he just get a coma? Like all the things that he's just, I guess it's just like he's just starting to interact with white people more, and he's finding out about all the cool shit that we got.
Well,
is whites.
No, I mean, I talked about this last week, but the woman that I was dating,
I guess actually,
I brought the Rizzler to her attention. She doesn't know who the Rizzler is because she's not online all the time, and she's like, "This guy is so cool," and we just started watching Rizzler videos, and she's like, "I totally get why you root for the Rizzler."
Yeah, I guess this is the thing I was thinking, is that because it seems like Naeem, like the way from what I've seen, is that like he struggles financially as much as anybody, but he's an accountant, and so it has to be that he just has like 5 different baby mamas.
Yeah, he'd be counting how many kids he has.
Yeah, yeah. So that balances out. Like he has succeeded quite a bit professionally, but then the 5 baby mamas kind of like but balances the scales.
Yeah.
We're now.
Yeah. So I met Naeem in person before I ever followed him on Twitter or knew who he was. Because I met him. I was introduced to him by producer Natalie in Vegas. I happened to run into Natalie in the morning at Starbucks, and we were in line together. So we talked the whole time. And then Blind Mike came. This is before they were dating. And so the 3 of us were talking. And then as we were getting the coffees, Naeem showed up, and he met me hanging out with them. So he just, I didn't correct him, but he probably just assumed that I was an unknown comic. I have a big beard. I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt and hanging out with Natalie and
Island
Mike,
vibes.
So yeah, so he probably just like whatever. So he was super friendly with me in the whole thing because I had some like credit from how he met me, not as a fan.
Mhm.
But then I followed him on Twitter and started like messaging him. And at first he was like, "Yo, who the fuck is this guy?" He's like, "Yo, leave me the fuck alone." And then I was like, "No, we met and we were in." And he's like, "Oh, damn, that's you. I didn't know it was you." So then now
Naeem
it's
is awesome.
now
He's a
it's
cool
yeah
guy.
now we're back and forth, and he knows who I am in real life or whatever.
Yeah, if you was just like
So,
if you were to
yeah.
ask me to get like to guess like what he does for like a day job, I would have guessed like that he works for the city in some capacity, like he's a garbage man or like a construction worker or something. I wouldn't have, I just having interacted with him, I could tell he's smart. I didn't think he had like credentials. He's like an actual, I guess he's like has a better career than I've ever had.
Yeah. Well, you know what you call a black accountant, right, Colin?
No.
An accountant.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
That's you got me. Hey, you got me. We are racist.
The best part about that clip is Crack in that clip doing the actual Joe Gorman when he's like, "Oh no, when you're doing that, Crack is verbally like unsettled in that clip of you.
Yeah, well, the thing about saying half of the N word, the first half of the N word, is that you do have to. It has to be staccato, where you have to cut it off at the G.
Yeah.
Because if you have like any syllables after that or any lingering sounds
Yeah.
that you make, that you just end up saying the N word.
Yeah, it's like the Theo Von Nicaraguan joke, where he's like,
I don't watch these fucking.
Well, he does a joke. Theo Von is
Manosphere.
Theo
Rogan.
Von's also a white Latino, and he's Nicaraguan.
I've heard this.
And so
I heard
when
that he's actually
so
like Polish royalty and is like a CIA asset, but
yeah. Yeah, I don't know. He said his whole name
Craig
a couple
says
times. I don't know.
by the way, Craig says that he is doing an act that he's actually racist.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They has to, he's playing the straight man, but he's actually the gay man.
He's actually the gay man. Yeah.
He's actually the gay
man. But so Little Goblin asked how I got into. I've just been into comedy for a long, long time, since like VH1 Spotlight, and I used to see. I accidentally saw Rogan and Bobby Kelly. Didn't know who they were when they were in Faneuil Hall in Boston when they were like thin, and then I didn't even know who Bobby Kelly was when the You Know What Dude podcast, because he was so fat, until they showed, and then my whole life like flashed before me, remembering skinny Bobby without a shirt on, wearing overalls in Faneuil Hall doing comedy. And I grew up near the Rhode Island Comedy Connection, which is probably one of the best comedy rooms in the country. And at the time, because it was set up between New York City and Boston, you could go in there and see Bill Burr and Patrice and all these guys that were like, because it's the halfway point, and it was this awesome room with these low ceilings in Providence or whatever. So, and then because I'm such a unique character in real life, like when I go to like the Comedy Connection, even recently, I was hanging out with like Sagalo and Scott Chaplin. They literally came in and they were like, they saw me just walking around, and they're like, "Oh, that must be our opener," because like who else is going to wear a wacky Hawaiian shirt and cargo camouflage pants, and he's like in and out of the crowd or whatever. So I can kind of like meld in. Even at Skankfest, I could get front row because people just don't. They just assume I'm a crazy lunatic or part of the whatever. So I'm just a big fan, and you just meet people by being crazy and having CTE, I guess. So yeah.
Yes. Jesus Christ. What's going on?
I don't know. Is that Sumo Dog in the background?
No, just don't worry about that.
Everybody's worried
this
about
was
it.
a cool. This was a really fun moment for me. And I don't even know if I've actually read anything of hers outside of her tweets, but this really warmed my.
Oh yeah, we were talking about this. Yeah.
Well, what was her original? So Joyce, for those who don't know,
Yeah.
Joyce
I didn't know
Carol,
until last week when you explained it to me.
for
So
those who don't know, Joyce Carol Oates is like considered to be one of the. I don't know if like they think of her as like the greatest, one of the greatest, but she's a very well renowned, accomplished author, and some folks consider her like probably one of the best writers of the 20th and 21st centuries. She's 86 years old, and she be posting constantly, and she seems to understand Twitter and be able to and is able to navigate it much better than like any other old person I've seen. Like she understands the language of posting in a way that like a lot of senior citizens who use Twitter don't. And so she's like a fun Twitter follow, but she's also just like not only is she like a successful author. What?
nothing. You're gonna have somebody extra in the and somebody just messaged me. You're gonna have somebody extra in the backstage in a second. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, who is it? We got a guest coming?
Yeah, don't get spooked.
Okay.
But sorry, go ahead.
No, but it's like she's not only like successful like published author, she's like considered like very well respected, well renowned. So it's very funny that she's like also tweeting all day every day, making the rest of us look like chumps, writing novels and tweeting all the time.
Yeah.
But I think her original post was that she was actually commending Joe Rogan, that Joe Rogan was having some was offering some criticisms of the ICE raids that Trump had ordered, rounding up like workers and not like criminals, but just like construction workers and farmers and stuff. And so she was just tweeting that she commends him on his being Joe Rogan, but also at least questioning this and critiquing it, And then I responded and I said, Joyce, what do you think of frequent Joe Rogan Experience guests Brian Callen and Brendan Shaw?
Yeah.
That just really I made me like I love the idea of asking Joyce Carol Oates what she thinks of the fighter and the kid.
Yeah. And then she actually responded.
She quote tweeted it and said, no idea who these people are. Have never seen, heard Joe Rogan except for a single tweet of his. And then I've responded as though I was like emailing my college professor, where I said, thank you for your response. It's probably for the best that you don't pay much attention to Rogan and the Rogan sphere. Podcasts in the internet are partially blamed for why I haven't read a book in years. So I went ahead and just ordered a collection of your short stories. So that I haven't read a book in some time. And I think we did. I think in my short story class in college, I don't know if we read any of her stuff, but I think she's written short stories and novels.
Yeah.
So I did actually, it was like $10. I did order a collection of her short stories. I'm going to read when it gets here, and maybe we can, maybe I could establish a further rapport with.
Can I tell you? I saw that, right? And I messaged you this in the DM, so I kept it not being public, but like. The Roger Rabbit in me when I saw that, and I was like, "Oh, Dalton." He said this woman's kind of like a small little hero to him. He kind of likes her.
Oh no, I don't.
He appreciated herself.
I have not read any of her novels.
So bad. Like I just wanted to underneath that be like either give the old school come down, I fucked her, or the hey Joyce, what are you getting into tonight?
I have not read.
I refrained from doing it because you were writing like you said an email to your college.
Well, that's the thing. I haven't read any of her novels, so
Yeah.
like I don't. But I was just thinking of it like she's 86. Like she's just a nice old lady.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
don't want to like troll.
No, and I didn't.
Like
That's
a
why
nice
I
old
held it
woman.
back, and I just messaged it to you in private instead of putting it underneath that nice little moment that the two of you had. But I had to hold it back, and I was like, all right, don't be a creep for this one time on Twitter.
Yeah,
It's a nice little old lady in Dalton having a very wholesome
It's
interaction.
a very nice,
Just let it
pleasant
be.
interaction because it is like the way she conducts herself on Twitter is very like measured. So
Yeah.
she's very good at posting, but she's not like a troll or engagement baiting or any of that. I think she just like genuinely enjoys Twitter. So
Yeah.
she's able to sit back and observe.
Do you think it's her, or do you think it's her being filtered through a PR person that
I think it's
understands
her.
Twitter? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's her. But I think she's just like the kind of person who, even in like a senior citizen age, probably just it seems like she enjoys like being able to see all the different perspectives.
Yeah.
But she's like old enough and mature enough to like not let any of it get her riled up. So she's like approaching it from like a scholarly perspective.
We're talking about the chat ass Joyce Carol Oates,
Joyce Carol
who's
Oates.
a 90-something-year-old
She's
author.
86.
86. Yeah. She's
Yeah.
an older lady, dignified lady,
Yeah,
an author on
she's-
Twitter that
she's-
Dalton had an interaction with.
She's
today.
the ghost of Catu King Future because she looks just like Catu.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, but we had a pleasant little exchange, and I did order one of her. It was a collection of her short stories, so not one of her novels, but because that was one of my favorite classes when I was taking literature classes in college was short stories,
Yep.
American short stories. The
Yeah.
short story, much like jazz, is kind of an American creation. It's like an American art form. We
Well, you had
kinda
Aesop's,
created that
Aesop's fables or were around back in the day.
maybe, but no, we created the short story.
Okay. What I was going to say earlier, because you said you kind of sullied about music in school.
Michael says he fucked her.
Yeah, I wanted to do that so bad.
He fucked Joyce Carol Oates.
That's how I was with English. All my English teachers throughout all of school were women, right? And, nothing wrong with women teaching English, except the forced reading was always these very feminized books that I did not want to read and did not enjoy. So my whole life, I'm like, oh, I hate reading. Reading stinks. They never had you read any action adventure or whatever. It was always like the Scarlet Letter and Little Women and all this stuff.
I didn't, when I was in seventh grade, I had the same English teacher for seventh and eighth grade. Mrs. Dallas was her name.
Yeah.
And for seventh grade, because it was an AP English class, we had a big assignment over the summer.
Sorry.
We had to read over the summer and come to class having already read a novel. So for seventh grade, we had to read The Hobbit, which is like a pretty brisk, easy read. That was fun.
I would have loved to be able to read The Hobbit.
And then eighth grade, she assigned us Little Women. And
I had to read Little Women.
I think I read like half of it.
Yeah.
And then came to class half cocked where I was like, man, I just could not make it through this shit.
Dude,
now, I
these
will
women
say,
were little.
as an adult,
Yeah.
2019, Greta Gerwig directed her adaptation of Little Women, and I went to the theater to see it, and I think it was one of the best movies that came out that year. I really enjoyed it. So I do like the movie that Greta Gerwig made. The book, was boring me to tears. So check out the Greta Gerwig Little Women.
Yeah, I got into reading like a couple years back on my own and found like Stephen Pressfield.
Oh God, self-help books.
I started reading some of that. Well, so he also wrote Gates of Fire, which is the book that 300 is based on.
Didn't he write Mick Jagger Vance?
Yeah, I think he wrote that as well. So he has a couple of fiction. He has a couple of fiction things with magical Negroes in them. But also, like, I really did like the art, and not the Art of War, but the War on Art, and a couple of other creative books. I think you would like them too. They basically help you like organize yourself so that you're in a relaxed setting where your system is set up so that your workspace or your creativity or whatever you're working on can flourish. And they really did help me like settle my mind when I thought it was like ADHD and all this stuff was actually me just not having a plan for my creative goals. I had plans, like structured to-do lists for the way that I tackled the objective parts of my life, but when the creative parts came up, I was lost. And he has some really good books on helping you figure that out. Of all the people, too, it's crazy is it was actually Joe Rogan that recommended the book. And at the time, he said he bought 100 copies of it and handed it out to
Like what he
a lot
called
of-
you?
Yeah, Joe was like, Dave, you're part of the spear now. Yeah, man.
Oh, I read this.
Yeah, man, we're gonna make you part of the spear.
I read House of Leaves.
But he had bought 100 copies and gave it to a bunch
I
of
read it
people.
around the
So
same
at the time I was like, all right, let me see what this is all about. And it sent me down or whatever. So now I have a bunch of books similar to that I enjoy.
I think I read House of Leaves. I think I read it around the same time. 2013, maybe. Yeah.
Who I would
I liked it. I thought
somebody that
House
I
of
would-
Leaves.
I'd love to get on the
David, talking about
show.
House of Leaves.
Oh, sorry.
Well, Vinny said, yeah, I've read that
Oh.
book by Mark Z. Danilewski. It's not the final boss of books. It's just like he's experimenting with the form, and it's actually at a certain point kind of tedious. I was like, I'm getting tired of having to turn this book over and read it upside down and all that. It was fun though. I mean, I enjoyed it, and I thought the story within a story within a story structure was fun.
Yeah.
There's a really good what's cool is like all the shit that it like inspired. There's a really cool somebody had like a real life, I guess, psychotic break similar to the Johnny Truant character in the novel, where I think I've talked about it before. Somebody made a Doom 2.
Is that the guy that melts his hand with the silver?
No, that's Johnny Tremaine.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, Johnny Truant, and there's also a great song by Fall of Troy called "You Got a Death Wish," Johnny Truant. But he's like the protagonist of House of Leaves, who he's the protagonist of the wraparound narrative. So he's sort of the Scheherazade of this book.
Word alert. I don't know
Scheherazade,
the last three things you said.
Scheherazade is the protagonist of the 1001 Arabian Nights.
Okay.
Which is the narrative structure is like I think they call it like a frame narrative is what it's called, where you have a character who is like telling a story and then you read that story. So the overall like narrative of the book, you know, if it's using a frame narrative, is like a character that's like regaling somebody or ruminating on like a particular series of a story or multiple stories. But then there's like this, you know, you see there's movies that employ this usually, you know, like I guess they use it a lot in like anthology horror movie, like the VHS movies do it. Tales from the Hood, you know, those kinds of movies, right? So anyway, somebody in real life had like a psychotic break, like the protagonist in House of Leaves, and they made a Doom 2 mod called My House, which is like structurally, it's like structured like the book House of Leaves.
Yeah.
If anyone's familiar with the book, it's a Doom 2 mod that takes you like through this insane labyrinthine level of Doom that they made that's like so complex and intricate that even the John Romero, who first developed the guy who developed Doom, the original developer, was playing it on a stream and was
Doom,
even
Doom.
DOOM.
Okay,
He
I
was
wasn't
playing
sure
on
if
a
you said
stream.
Dune, Dune.
No, he was playing on
Yeah.
a stream one time, and he noticed that there were things that whoever this guy did with this mod, where he said, "This should not be possible with how I developed this game." Like he's done something that we like the way that this game is developed that he shouldn't be able to have done.
Yeah.
So that it was cool. But yeah, House of Leaves is a good book. What does this mean? You appear petulant as a character. Is that a reference? Is that like a character judgment on me, or is that a reference to something?
Thanks for the super chat. Keep them coming.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't read a book in a coon's age.
I
He
do
said this was meant as
read.
a compliment.
I do read, like I said, the other thing I do with books, if anybody is giving themselves like anxiety about reading books or buying books and then they don't read them or whatever, and maybe this is just me, not other people, but I have a like a completion complex. Sort of. I feel like if you pick up a book, you have to read it very structured. You have to read it beginning to end. You got to read every word, and then you can't start anything else until you finish it. And if you just think of a book like it's just data in a thing, then I'll start skimming through the parts of the book that I don't like. Or books like the Bible, you can just pick them up and open into a page
This is
and
like
start
such
reading.
I do not. This is such an awful way to think of literature.
Why?
It's just data points. It's just
Well, I'm saying like
matrices of data that.
So I'll have a
is
book next to my
the,
thing, and if you look at this big book and you think like, oh, I got to read everything of this book, you start to finish. But if you just pick it up and like you start reading, and you're like, okay, I kind of got the gist of this, so this part I can read fast and like kind of like skim and look through. And then when something exciting happens, you're like, okay, let me dive into this a little bit more. You're probably reading a lot of like creative, like deep settings and character structure stuff. I'm reading more. I wouldn't call them self-help, but I'm reading
how to
nonfiction.
unfuck your ass.
Yeah, watching
how to
unfuck your ass. Part 6.
The ass that is your life by
No,
James.
if you're reading a nonfiction book for the data that's in it, right? You can kind of make an assumption by getting through some of the stuff quickly by skimming it, where the actual stuff that you need is that you're going to enjoy. But a book like the Bible, you don't have to open the Bible up and read it from front to back.
No.
You can just open the Bible and pick something that's going to
pick
spark
up like
interest.
A Steinbeck book, I'm probably like going to really take my time with it.
Yeah, but that's a different thing. But even then, if you start reading that book and it's not giving you what you wanted from it, you're under no obligation to continue with the book.
No,
you know what I mean?
Nobody. Yeah, I'm not in school,
Yeah,
so nobody's.
Yeah, so a lot of times though, if you have a completion-ish complex or something like that where you like to check boxes, you give yourself anxiety because you're like, well, if I start this book, it's a big project. It's like, well, you don't know that. You could start reading it and be like, this book sucks. I'm not going to finish it. So instead of thinking like this big project you got to finish, open it up and see if it's even something you like.
What I try to do now is just,
and if you like it, then you'll probably go through it and start reading.
What I try to do now is just not buy more books than, because I've always had that where I just have more books than I've read, and then I end up like having to throw some out or give them away. And it's like now. I have a Kindle, so like anything I want to read, I'll download it, and I don't feel bad that I like have all these books piling up.
Yep.
I just went to a website that is dubious in its legality, and I got all the books I want.
It's crazy now because with the technology, they have the audiobooks, right? Obviously, so people are used to that, and they're the reading books, but now. With the technology, you can scan this stuff and pick different actors' voices, and even a non-audio book can be read to you now by an actor of your choice.
No, there's only one good audiobook because they actually did that for real. where it was like a all-star cast of they had like a full voice acting cast to do each character.
Yeah.
And it's a novel by George Saunders called Lincoln and the Bardo, where they really went all out with this one. It's the only audiobook I've ever actually been able to like listen to all the
They
way
make it like a
through.
play, basically.
Yeah, pretty yeah.
Yeah.
And it's structured in a way that is a wholly different experience from the book that you could listen to the audiobook and then read the actual book, and it's like two different experiences where it's like a unique, listening to this audiobook is really cool and it's like worthwhile, whereas like reading it is like a whole other
There's other people that do stuff like that. Stefan Molyneux writes fiction books, and then when he does the audio to it, he does all the character voices himself as he reads the book and really gets into it. I don't really care for his fiction, but it does teach you good story points. I liked his, I liked Universal Preferable Behavior, which is nonfiction, and I liked. I guess Against All Gods was all right. That was more of a mid book. But anyways, he does the voices for his audiobooks.
The Norm Macdonald memoir that's actually a novel that he wrote.
Yeah. Oh, I heard that was
he
really
reads
good.
it for the audiobook, and that's good.
Yeah.
That's a good
I
one.
still haven't watched his COVID special. Did you watch his COVID?
Because it's not anything that I think he was preparing for them to actually.
I heard it was kind of funny, so I'd like to see his last work. I've been kind of saving it, kind of like I've been saving Serenity.
You can probably go ahead and watch Serenity.
I know, but it's like once I watch it, it's over. You know what I mean? So like Norm is like dead, but he's not dead until I watch that special.
That's crazy. Joss Whedon has like such a huge cultural footprint. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Hello, Naeem.
Y'all can see me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
What
nice.
up? What up?
What's up? How you doing?
Shit,
You outside?
chilling. Yeah, I just got finished a spot at Next in Line.
Nice.
Next in Line? Where's that?
On Hamilton Street. It's like near Center City. It's like a new comedy club.
Oh, okay. How was it?
It was nice. It was very nice. They're doing some different things over there.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
So we were talking about you when you were not here. And do you talk about your accountant job that you may or may not have anymore?
Yeah.
Or is it a secret?
No, I talk about it now. When I first started, I never talked about it. And actually Ryan Foster is the one that like found out and like made it known, because I was trying to hide it. Because I don't know, I kind of feel like the character I play in comedy doesn't really match with like my profession. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Well, tell people where it is though, because that's funny.
Well, now I work at CQ Medical. When I first started, I was doing I was working in the lottery finance department at Wawa.
Yeah, so that's funny. Being an accountant at Wawa is kind of funny.
yeah, I was working in the
that's
lottery.
That's like an actual really good career. That like you don't meet too many comedians who are like, starting doing open mics and getting booked for shows like at your level, who have like good careers like that, who say, I'm going to do comedy now.
Yeah, I mean, that's because I started when I was old as shit. Like, I've been doing comedy for 6 years. I started when I was 31.
Okay.
So like, I was fresh off a divorce. I had a family. You mean like I had shit going on?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's old compared to like the people who start when they're 20. But
yeah, bro. Shit, yeah, a lot of
16 years old.
Yeah, a lot of these niggas start when they 16, 17. Though I've done shows with comedians that started when they were 16. Like I've done shows with 16-year-olds before, bro. Like that shit.
I always thought that like because like for anything creative, you draw from your own experiences. So like when I was 20 doing open mics, I was just like I didn't have anything to draw from. I was just like I was like still in college and I hadn't really done anything with my life. I still haven't, to be honest with you. But you know what I mean? But like, yeah, when you're 31 and you have like baby mamas and you have a job you've been working,
Mhm.
you've been kicked in the teeth a little bit. I feel like you're starting in a better position actually because you actually just naturally have not just more to talk about, but you're just like you have like more confidence.
Something the audience
Yeah.
too can relate to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's 100% true. Like I mean, I'm not trying to sound like I'm a fucking, I don't know, prima donna or some shit, but I don't be struggling for material, nigga. You feel me? Like that shit there already. Like I did all the material. Like my life was fucked up and weird and funny and sad and like it's all there already. You mean? And
Yeah.
it's still happening. Like I think also the problem is a lot of times you start doing open mics and then a lot of people only hang with their comedian friends. You got to still hang with your day ones. You got to get out
Yeah.
here, bro.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. People get wrapped up in comedy and they just get into this like insular kind of life and they only hang out with other people doing comedy and then it creates this like feedback loop where now everything they talk about and live and breathe is just open mics.
Well,
And
when
then-
I was
Yes.
when I was listening to comedy, before Dalton was even thinking about doing comedy, the bit was the comics that started talking about airplanes and flights because that's all they
Yes,
knew now.
yes.
Like once they
Yeah.
made it, all they were doing was flights, so everything was about hotels and flights. And you're like, why? Like because they had isolated themselves into this world, so they're like in this middle range of fame where all they're doing is stand up, flying, hotels, and so they had no material anymore because they weren't
Yeah.
getting out and doing life. Yeah.
That's their whole life. Their whole life is airports and flights. I
Yeah.
mean, the crazy thing is, like, I don't even think, how can I say this? You don't gotta be famous, but if you are just only doing comedy and you find yourself about to write a joke about comedy or about an airport or about some shit that happened on the plane, at this point you got to be able to check yourself out of that shit and be like, nah, I can't write this joke.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's done this, but it's like usually it's like people bitching about flying. But
Mm.
I've always been of the mind, like when it comes to air travel, even over the years, after 9/11, it sucks more and more, and it's a pain in the ass. I still think like what a lack of perspective and gratitude to complain
Mhm.
about any of this. Because
Louis C.K. has a bit like that,
Yes.
which is
Does
good.
he?
Yeah.
Oh well, never mind.
He has one about he has the bit about the Wi-Fi. Have you never heard that?
Yeah, this
Yeah.
thing you didn't know existed. Yeah, like
You didn't know this that you could have Wi-Fi in a plane 5 minutes ago, and now that it's down, you're complaining already. Like,
yeah. Well, I just always feel
Yeah.
like
yeah.
especially like when you zoom out, like when the Wright brothers invented the airplane in what, like the late 1800s.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
China,
Yeah, something
China
like that.
was already like messing around with that stuff even before then.
yeah, so airplanes, like the whole of air travel has only existed like what, maybe less than 200 years.
Yeah.
Like in the course of
Oh, and
human-
commercial,
we
it's
used
way
to-
less than that.
we used to dream as humans. We could only dream of flying, of
Yeah.
soaring through the skies like birds. People would write myths and stories about it. And then we achieved it, and then it's just like every Tom, Dick, and Harry dipshit comedian is complaining about
Yeah.
this marvel of human achievement.
Yeah, right.
And I every time I'm on a plane, even though like the seats are getting smaller and the food sucks, all of it.
Well, you're getting bigger, but
I'm just getting better. I had maybe like 2 seats. I was like, when did they start doing this? But I look out that window and I go, wow.
Yeah.
Like my ancestors, they never saw,
dude, my ancestors came over here. Well, I shouldn't say this in front of Naeem, but my ancestors came over here on a boat too. They came up from Greece. They didn't take a plane. They got on a boat and were like, all right, we're going to America. And then they got off in New York City.
Yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying. So how the fuck could anybody complain about a damn airplane, bro?
Yep.
Shit. They lucky we ain't fucking packed in that bitch like sardines. I mean,
Yeah.
they try to make it comfortable for us at the very least. Fuck it.
Thank
I
you
mean,
for
I have this
flying
beard.
Amistad Air.
Yeah. I have this beard, and I don't fly much. I like driving. I even drove out to Vegas those 2 times for Skank Fest.
Mm.
And I'll probably drive down this year. But when I do fly, they don't give me a hassle looking like this. You would figure that they'd be
Yeah.
like trying to frisk me up, you know.
Well, that's one of the great things about like not paying people shit is like the TSA employees are only getting paid like depending on the city, you know, like wherever you are, but you know, most places like 13, $14 an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
They
don't give a
just
fuck about that job.
yeah, they ain't getting paid enough to give a shit. So it's not like they're too stringent about like getting through security because yeah, they're not being compensated enough to even give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it's technical though. When I went out of Logan, it took like only 10 minutes, but I felt violated in the fact that they're like, okay, put your eyes in here. We're going to scan your pupils. And I was like, I don't know if I want you having my scans in the computer, but I
Yeah,
got to
what
get
the
on this
hell?
flight. So then you get in that radiation machine and they spin the radiation around you. And like, okay, so now I've had my eyeball scanned. I don't know what those lasers were. Now you're radiating my whole body. I was like, and I don't really trust the government putting all this together. So by the time I get to the other side, it's like, oh, these guys are probably fucked up. They're around this all day for, 365,
Yeah,
24
hell yeah,
hours a
bro.
day next to this stuff.
Just
So
getting
they're
hit with
done.
fucking gamma rays, bro.
Yeah.
Just getting
I
fucking
mean,
smacked in the face
it,
with gammas.
it's part of the government's new. They're trying to make Hulks at the airport.
I'm not saying they're like doing it on purpose. It's just that for the average human, like all the stuff that we were like, oh, it's no big deal. And like 100 years later, it's like, yeah, can you believe we like painted everything in lead? You know what I mean?
Yes,
So like
yes,
100 years
every
from now,
time,
they're gonna be like, oh, dude, can you imagine we were scanning people all day with this radiation stuff, and then wondering why everybody had cancer?
bro.
Yeah.
We're completely overlooking so many things. No,
Yeah.
how much you want to bet in like 10 years when I put it well, probably when I'm like 50 years old, bro? They're gonna be like, oh, we didn't even know cell phones give everybody brain cancer. We were like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Well,
Of course, of
um,
course.
I I be vaping a lot. I got these geek bars I buy all the time.
Hmm.
And like with vaping, it was always I just always had my fingers crossed. Like I hope it's nothing. Like maybe they finally figured out a way that I can smoke, and it's like not there's nothing bad.
Yeah,
But it turns out no, that it's actually probably worse than anything because they found out that there's
of
like
course,
like heavy traces of like lead and heavy like all these different heavy
of
metals.
course. All the best things will kill you, bro.
And I was
Yeah.
That's the
I've been
fucking rule.
vaping for like years now, just going, man, maybe it's nothing. Maybe they finally figured it out.
Can you chew nicotine or something though that's safe?
Well,
Because nicotine's not bad for
probably
you.
the safest way to absorb it would be like Zins, like pouches like that, or
Yeah.
nicotine gum. But that shit sucks. It's not good. It's not fun. It hurts. And
That's what
it doesn't
it
have-
is fun to smoke. I smoked for a decade and I don't miss it because I feel better. I'm healthier. My workouts are so much better.
Mhm.
But it was cool to be at the bar playing pool and just have a cigarette hanging out of my mouth.
Hey, yo, it's
It
cool
was
as
so
fuck to
fun.
smoke, bro. It feels
yeah,
so
and
cool.
it just
Yeah.
feels better than the pouches. You put it in and you get the nicotine fix, but it's not. It doesn't hit. It doesn't hit as good. And it
Mm-mm.
hurts. Like it's just like it burns your throat and it makes you.
Yeah, it does burn your throat. I thought I was the only one.
No,
Yeah,
those
I hate
Zins.
those fucking pouches. I hate those Zen pouches.
Yeah, I've done Zins a lot. Like I was doing them like a can a day for a while when I was trying to quit vaping. And
How long have
I
they been
never
out?
got used to it. Everyone
Were you
I
doing
put in
Zins or were you doing the skull pouches?
Zins.
Okay,
No,
because I did the skull pouches back in the day.
actually, the Swedish snus, the tobacco pouches, the actual, not the skull ones, but the actual Swedish ones. The big brand is called General. Those are actually milder than Zins. Those are more pleasant than a Zen. It's just actual tobacco, so I guess it's more cancer. I don't know,
Mm.
but
Oh, Before I forget, Naeem, while you're here,
Yes.
can you hear this?
Yeah.
Come on,
Yes.
Dave. Don't do that to him. Come on.
All right, just
Yes, I
checking.
can. I can
We're
hear
just
that.
checking. He is an accountant, of course he can hear it.
That was a great. Who is that? Who is that fucking the insane mix? I guess she's light skinned. I don't know. But Brittany Venti on Twitter.
Oh,
She's
dude, I'm in love with her.
She's always
crazy
tweeting
as
about
fuck.
how
and
she's like mixed. Like she calls herself the Mutt Lady.
she's
And
got this curly hair. She's.
Is she hot or is she
really,
fucking ugly?
No, I
very
think she's
attractive.
hot. I think she's
Alright.
hot.
But
Let's
she
pull
had
her
a
up.
really
Let's pull her up.
funny. She had a really funny post the other day where she said, "Sometimes I hear the chirp and sometimes I don't."
Oh yeah,
Ah.
yeah. Some pictures of her. She used to hang out with like Chrissy Mayer. And
You know what you should have did? Because I heard it because you asked me, did I hear it? You should have just did it periodically and saw if I said anything. 'Cause I'm telling you right now, I wouldn't have said a fucking word, bro.
You know what?
I wouldn't have said. I would not have heard it if you wouldn't have asked me, did I hear it?
What was funny is earlier when you weren't here, I played your voice memo, and I held my phone up to this. And as I was playing your voice memo, I kept going like this in the back.
You know what? I try to be a cultured man. I try not to. I try to look at it as we're all one race, the human race.
There you go,
dog. But the job I recently got fired from, I was working phone sales for Comcast, and they had me in this department. It's like the indigent department for poor people. Because they offer, like, if you're getting like SNAP benefits and all that, you can get like a shitty cheap internet you can apply for. So I was getting a lot of calls from like Section 8 households who just also happen to be black households. And it was like every single one of them, they would have at least one chirp. A lot of times it was dueling chirps. It would be call and response, smoke alarms, chirping.
I have a theory, but I also would like to get an inside scoop from Naeem if he's got any theories.
Listen, I can give y'all the origin of the chirp, bruh. I can take it all the way back in the day. Though I remember being a kid, and at a certain point, I don't know, and y'all could probably look this up. At a certain point in the 90s, those bitches started chirping like that. Before then, if the battery was low or dying, it didn't make any fucking noise. So let's call it 97, bruh. Probably around 97. I remember going to one of my homies' crib and hearing the chirp, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And he like, oh, that's a fucking smoke detector. Like, when the battery get low, that shit chirp like that. I'm like, damn, that's fucking wild, nigga. So then I remember going back to my crib and telling my siblings, like, yo, we got the old ass smoke detectors. Our bitches don't need chirp when the battery dying. The battery just be dead for years. You see what I'm saying? Like,
but I don't understand how the chirp even happens if the battery is low.
When
it's
the
like
battery
the
gets
battery
low,
that's exact. Yo, that is the mystery. That in itself is the mystery, because that bitch will chirp for eternity.
yeah.
It never stops.
It makes no sense. The chirp never stops. The battery never dies. It just chirps forever.
Aren't smoke alarms? Aren't they hardwired? Like, there's probably
Some of them
enough.
are.
Some of them are. Some of them are. Yeah, some of them
So
are.
here was my theory about this, by the way, because it's not just a black thing. It does affect the white community. My theory was that it was in single mother homes, but they're too short even on a chair to reach and change the battery.
That's
because
smart.
There's no man in the house.
Yes.
So they don't know how to change the battery,
smoke
so they just get
alarm-
used to it going off
Yes.
forever.
I guess I
So
don't
that's
know
my
how
theory.
smoke alarms work. Because I just always assume that
Some of them are hardwired. So at Drew crib, his Jones was doing the chirping shit, right? And he ain't had no battery to fucking replace it. So he just unhooked one, and then when he went to unhook the other one, that one was hardwired. So he had to actually like unplug it or some shit. But then he was like, but then we was like, well, why the fuck is it chirping? If it don't have no battery, what the fuck is you chirping for?
All right, so this is another theory, but I had tested this one. So even hardwired smoke detectors will have a 9-volt battery in them.
Yeah,
if the
like one
power
of them
goes
square
out-
batteries.
Yeah, so if the power goes out, that it chirps, right?
Mhm.
What I thought was happening was people wanted to smoke in their house because I used to be a landlord when I was younger, right? So they wanted to smoke weed in their house, and the weed paper will set the smoke alarm off. But for some reason, a cigarette doesn't. But like a
Yeah.
blunt wrapper will. So they were going up, they were removing the battery so that it wouldn't set off the smoke alarm, and then the electrical system was making it chirp
That's
Mhm.
that's what
because
I
the
thought.
battery was missing.
What I
Okay.
don't
But
get.
I tested that theory, and that's not true. That's what I
What
thought
the hell?
theory was. Yeah.
This, Crack makes a good point. Actually, not everybody got battery money. Sometimes.
Yeah,
Yo, that's
yeah.
true. Yo, real rap.
But-
Sometimes niggas don't be
you
having
can
battery
call,
money.
you can call your landlord. Most of the people that I know that got the chirp got a landlord that they could call. So
I feel like
something's going
Bro,
on.
dog, in the hood, niggas, landlords is not changing your battery and your smoke detector. They're gonna tell you
Vince,
figure it the fuck
Well, you got to
out.
call them when Temple's not going on. You know, when they're not, when Israel's not at war, then they come over.
Oh, here's
So I got
here's,
three
by the way-
pictures. I've got 3 pictures of Brittany we can pull up, and we can decide if she's
Oh,
hot. I think she's hot.
a beautiful octoroon.
Yeah,
She's
so
cute.
she is a biracial babe if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, she's
And
really
Is
pretty.
she
Pull up
half?
them-
Is she
Yeah,
half and half?
She got the auntie body, but she's got the tits and the ass, but it's like the aunt body.
She do have auntie body.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
got auntie body.
Yeah, like if you ever see her like moving, she used to hang out with Chrissy Mayer, and she's got the auntie
Yeah, you
body,
can
but
see she's got a drop of something. Yeah,
but I definitely would.
She's very
yeah.
pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah,
Very
that's
nice
the good
young
thing
lady.
with the hair is the good thing with the biracial. They got nice curly black.
They let you
hair.
touch it.
Well,
They're the ones that
touch
let you
it.
touch it.
But I'm Greek, so I love the Greek curly black hair. So
Right.
So that scratches an itch in my brain when I see that type of hair on a lady.
That is a very Greek thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what this means. The gib stones. Eat the gib stones.
That's got maybe music he wants us to
We're
listen
gonna
to.
have a keep black people away. I don't get it.
Oh wait, is that the Flintstone song? The
But
Gibstones,
who's the
meet the
I don't know. I
Gibstones.
don't know.
Sorry, that's, it's you're supposed to sing it to the Flintstones,
Yeah, I figured it out as I
Okay.
started reading it.
but
Wait,
I don't know what that means.
Keep the black people away from that beautiful mixed light skinned girl.
So she's working her way back to the white side. It looks like.
Yeah,
Mhm.
she's also
Yeah.
like crazy.
She's in a battle of races throughout the years. So
Oh,
depending on
that'll
who
be
she
that'll
marries,
be for the rest of her life, bro. She gonna have a white boyfriend and she gonna cheat on him with a nigga. Then she gonna be with a nigga and then she gonna cheat on him with a white man. That's gonna be the rest of her life. I tell you that right now.
oh, she is not mentally stable. I can tell you that from interacting with her online.
Yeah, she seems kind of crazy from her.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
I know a
she's-
thing or two about her.
Yeah, she is. She hung out with Chrissy Mayer. I can't believe you don't remember when she was the Chrissy Mayer, Anthony Cumia universe.
I don't follow Chrissy Mayer too closely. 'Cause she's gonna
This was
fucking
when
kick
they
you
were
in the
like-
head. She's gonna get scared and
Oh yeah, that's true. Now
knock
you
my
might
jaw off
know.
with her hooves.
It was. She was kind of like in the Gas Digital universe a little
Yeah,
bit. Maybe
I met
when.
her at Gas Digital one time.
Yeah,
I've
And
never
so
seen that lady ever in my life.
She's kind of on the outs now because like
she
it's the-
left like right before you and Drew started doing the
I
gas.
think it's
Okay.
like everything
Yeah.
started becoming more political, like as the like after the first Trump term and then Biden, and as we're going into the next election season, and everybody's getting more insane, especially after COVID. These like lines in the sand
Yeah,
started to
yeah.
be drawn, like factions started forming, and I think like she went the full right wing grifter and is kind of like in that world now.
Yeah,
Okay.
she started off with like, I guess like shock comedy where she was like showing up places with the MAGA hat on when
Like she
people were
went to the
getting like
fucking
when
she went
people
to
getting
the-
like drinks thrown on them for having a MAGA hat. She was like,
Okay.
she was showing posts like she was posing with it, but no one really believed she was into it. Or I thought it was like a
She's
uh,
just a
shock
try hard.
grift.
The problem with all these grifters is that like they're
That's what it
not
sounds like.
they're not as clever as they think they are. So all the shit they do is just hack like just like hack edgy.
It worked. She
humor.
built a following around it.
She went with fucking
Yeah.
Keanu Thompson to the George Floyd memorial in Minneapolis, and they took a picture. I guess the joke was that they had like grape soda.
Yeah, her and that blonde lady. I remember.
Yeah,
this.
and I was like, so what is? I don't like. Is the joke that the joke is you're racist?
Yeah, they went to the George Floyd memorial with MAGA hats on and grape soda and pointed at the thing.
And again, but this my thing, right? Like, what's the point of that? And because I tell you one thing for sure. Don't no niggas I know even know who they is or give a fuck about that. So you're trying to be obnoxious to a group of people that don't even pay attention to you. Like it's not even and then
it's just catering.
It's a weird type
to this like
shock.
It's catering to their like crew of racists who I guess like give them money. And they're all just like giggling at each other's shitty senses of humor.
Now, I will say racism is really funny when you do it right. I will say that.
I agree 1,000%. Yeah, that's not even funny. That's just a thing that they did.
They're all trying way too hard to be shocking, and it's really for anybody who's like looking at it who's not in that world. You look at it and go, okay, you're just racist and a hack. So it's like you're not like, but it's also like nothing you're doing is really upsetting anybody because you have like no influence.
Yeah.
There's some people that I do like Nick Fuentes where I go, this guy's funny. He also might be very dangerous because he's very influential.
So I'm going to interrupt real quick, guys. We are 2.5 hours in. Naeem just joined us. Naeem. Because we go until 2, but so not everybody sticks around for the whole thing.
We'll go
Do you have anything that you want to plug? Well, yeah. Anything you want to plug up front. You have the new podcast, the old podcast.
Oh yeah, for sure. Everybody check out True That with me and Zia. She's the shit. It's a fun podcast.
Zia Anderson, the OnlyFans model.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you have a new true crime show with Zia. She has great breasts.
Yes, we want to have her on the show in the future, but she does a stream at night. So you and Z have the new podcast, True Crime, True Dat.
Yeah,
that's on Gas Digital.
On Gas Digital, True Crime Pod. It's so much fun. But also,
I watched a little bit of it. I watched the 13-year-old hitman that you were talking about from Chicago.
Yeah, bro. Like,
that was wild.
That's the thing. Like certain shit like that fucks me up because like. Though, like coming up in Philly, like especially like where I'm from, though you meet kids that's doing shit like that when you're a kid, and it's the scariest shit in the world. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like knowing kids or hearing about kids that like, yo, such and such killed 2 people. You like what? And then you run into this kid, you like, what the fuck? You see what I'm saying? It's a crazy thing.
He's eating like bubble gum, but he also has a gun, and he wants to. He's watching cartoons and he's playing with action figures, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I just smoked somebody so I could buy action figures."
Yeah, like bro, I'm telling you, bro, like that shit. And what it is those kids they just get corrupted by older kids, by like the older teenagers, and like some kids is born like without that fear of pulling the damn trigger or some shit, bro. Like you see what I'm saying? Some kids is just made like that. You know what I mean? And adults and older kids will take advantage of that shit. So when I saw that story about that kid in Chicago, and I saw they was like he might have killed 6 or 7 people, and then they ended up killing him because he got arrested and they thought he was gonna snitch. I'm like, that's so crazy for like a 12-year-old.
Yes.
Yeah, 12-year-old hitman in Chicago. So that's the type of stuff. If you think that's interesting,
Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, if you think that's interesting, you make sure you check out Zia and Naeem on True Dat. And then you also have the show that everybody knows about with Drew Montana.
Do-Rag and the Dare Tag. Check us out.
Everybody loves Do-Rag.
Check us out. Get on that YouTube.
Nice. And then are you where are you performing the most? If people are in Philly and they're in New York, is there a way to see you, or they just got to check your Instagram?
Well, yeah, check my gram, but I perform at the Stand in New York the first Wednesday every month. So you come meet me there. and I have a monthly show at Next in Line Comedy Club with Ben Staub. It's called Comedy with Strings. It's like we do comedy over like jazz music.
Oh,
It's
I
a
was hoping there were
beautiful
some
show.
puppets.
We
That's
wear
fun.
we wear suits. We wear like suits and shit like that. Like it's very nice show.
That's
Very
cool.
prestigious.
There was
I've
a
been
Very
trying to tell
prestigious.
these guys you grew up in an Afrocentric militant black family when they don't understand what I'm talking about. Is
Yeah,
that true?
bruh, nobody gets it. Like
I
no,
do. That's the type of black
you
people that
get
I
it.
grew up with in the '90s. They're the
Yeah.
best.
See, you get it. People on Twitter get mad at me sometimes when I tweet certain things or retweet certain things. And they're like, Naeem, what do you fucking say? And it's like, bro, I'm black, bro, and I'm real black. I'm not like these niggas from the suburbs that's
I'm
fucking
black, y'all, and I'm black, y'all.
right. You see what
One
I'm
of
saying?
those. Yeah.
Like the fact that you even know that warms my heart. You see what I'm saying? That you just sung that song. Like that's but people sometimes will be like, uh Naeem, why are you taking this woke stance on this thing? And I'm like, yo, this got some shit to do with black people. This
Well,
about niggas, bro.
isn't woke is like a black. I think
Well,
it was Marcus
It
Garvey.
is. Yes,
Marcus
even-
Garvey coined
It-
woke in the
bro. And y'all fucking ruined it. We had the
No,
perfect word.
I didn't.
We-
I didn't take it. I'm against those. I when I think of woke, I think of maybe even Lauryn Hill's album, like the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, but even
Yes.
Arrested Development, which is all the stuff
Yes.
that I grew up on,
Yes,
and
that's what it is.
that's the people that I hung out with. Was Poor Righteous. We were listening to Poor Righteous Teachers. You guys probably don't know who those are, and those might even be before Naeem's time. But it was like, oh, black people are cool. They want to be educated. They want their own group, and they want to bring
and
each
we
other
don't
up.
trust the government. Woke,
Yeah, and I don't trust the government, so that's why I loved it.
Yes, and that's
Yes.
what woke meant. Before woke
Yeah.
meant it more so meant like, yo, I know what's really going on,
Yeah.
and I don't trust
I
this
thought
fucking.
it was
I don't
like-
trust this government to to fix my fucking problems.
When I
You know what I'm
first
saying?
heard,
Yeah.
when I first heard the term woke, and this was probably like a little over a decade ago. I thought it was like the movie They Live, which is closer to the original definition, where it's like you have a pair of sunglasses and you can see what's really going on. And now you're
Right.
Yep.
Yes.
and then it started to get like co-opted by like all
By
these
gay and trans and shit like that, bruh.
yeah,
like-
and
They
now-
do that
now
on
it
purpose,
just has
though. They
no
do that with
meaning.
all the
They do.
movements.
Yes.
They
They,
get in
piggyback
there.
everyone. They piggyback every movement.
Even
And it's
Black
like this
Lives
don't have nothing to
Matter.
do with that.
Even Black Lives Matter was actually grassroots at sometimes, and then as soon as it picked up traction, the George Soroses of the world move in. They start structuring the stuff. They take it over, and before people know it, they're part of something that.
Yes,
not
and
what
you
it
gotta
was-
think
what it
there was a
was.
couple dykes that fucking started that Black Lives Matter shit. And I'm gonna tell you, this right now,
Couple
dog.
of CCH pounders.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you this right now. You know why it was a couple dykes? Because they would never they had never let a nigga start no shit like that. If a black man tried to start some shit like that, they'd kill that nigga. I promise you that. They had sniped him the fuck out. It could only be a dyke that start Black Lives Matter. It'll only be a black woman that started that. I'm telling you.
So, before we get too off track, so follow Naeem on
Follow
Twitter
me.
at Naeem NAIM _Ali ALI. Same thing on Instagram because he has his link tree on Instagram, and you can easily find his the Friday Night Circus, double headliner comedy, Durag and the Deer Tag. On Patreon as well. Sign up for the Patreon if you want some extra stuff there. We're going down here. The Rambo with Naeem
Rambo.
Ali.
Hey yo,
And
actually, I got everything on my link tree.
Yeah, so all that stuff there include and also True That. So yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, back to the show.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, well, you guys ready for this new Superman movie?
Yeah, I saw
Yeah.
the yes.
Never heard of it.
You don't know about that? You haven't seen this? You haven't heard about this? I mean,
No, is it
it's
a
just-
lady?
Superman? No, he's a guy. The lady is Lois Lane.
Is it a homosexual man
No.
that
No,
in the
it's just a-
kryptonite?
I'm not gonna lie, that shit look trash to me, bruh. I ain't even gonna hold you, bruh. I saw that, bruh. I forget what movie I was seeing. Matter of fact, I was seeing Sinners, and the preview for Superman came on. I was in there with my son, and I looked at that shit. I said, "Dog," I said, they done ruined Superman again, bruh. They did it again. They can never get it right. They can never
I
get it
do
right.
wonder when they're gonna finally run out of gas on, because I mean, there's definitely there's like I guess like trends in Hollywood that will happen, and they'll milk it for how many years they can until it stops making money. But the superhero thing has been going on since like, well, I would say like the year 2000 when
Yeah, but you know, it was bound to happen. And here's the thing: they're gonna milk this for another maybe 20, 30 years, bruh, because everything in entertainment is about nostalgia when it comes to like what they think makes money. They think that if you market things to people that are in their 30s to the 50s that remind them of their childhood, then they'll buy it. And for
yeah,
the most part, they're right about that. For the most part, when they
but that's all that's being
show us Ninja
offered.
Turtles, when they show us Ninja Turtles, we running, bruh.
That's all that, but that's like all that's being offered is like
Yeah.
the nostalgia of
Yes,
the where it's like to the point where
it
like
sucks.
you have Zoomers now, like the young generations that are coming up that are their culture is just like recycled culture from previous generations. So like
Yes,
Yeah.
they're not like when I was a kid. I think I was probably, I don't know what the cutoff is, but I do remember there was at least new shit coming out, and then I saw it happening where eventually everything started like recycling. They started doing like all the nostalgia stuff.
yeah,
Now it's like very rare that there's anything that feels fresh. It's just
yeah.
like
There's no new shit, bro. The Zoomers, they're gonna be the first generation in a long time that didn't have like movies for their generation. Like they're not gonna have any popular movies from because all their entertainment is social media and streaming and shit like that. Like they don't have any
that
like
might be where the culture is headed, because
Yeah.
I do
I
feel
kind of
like
like it though. I spend more time watching content that regular people make than I do anything that
I feel like
Hollywood's trying to
like
put
when I was a
together.
kid,
yeah,
I'm trying to
true.
remember when I was a kid, it was like what was it, 97? We had Men in Black came out, or
Hmm.
1999, The Matrix,
Oh,
or
dude, that was 99 is
2002,
probably the last great movie year of all time. So many
2002
good movies.
Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire.
Tobey
Whereas I feel like
Maguire.
kids now, they're not even, I don't even know if they care about that. They're
They
like,
don't give a fuck about movies, bro.
they're
I'm
watching
telling you.
Kai Cenat and
Yeah.
iShow Speed. That's their like cultural.
That's their entertainment. That's the
Yeah.
most entertaining shit to them. And bruh, they will sit in front of a computer screen, or they'll put that shit on the TV and watch Casanet do a fucking 30-day stream. They will
Watch
have
Kai
that shit on
Cenat
for
play
30.
Mario.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that
Yeah.
shit is crazy, bruh.
The shit that
He did
Speed,
figure it out though. Him and Speed. I will
the shit that
say,
Speed was doing, where he went to China, I was like, this is actually pretty cool.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
Speed, and I was trying to make fun of him, but I'm like, they're on to something. So I started watching some of their stuff, and day in and day out, especially the Speed stuff, to be able to keep a straight face, to go out there, to do this stuff in real life. Like people say, oh, it's so simple. It's like, well, you're not doing it, one. But even when he
Yes.
had the people in China running up and giving him the racist stuff and he's reacting to it all weird, that's all planned.
Yeah.
And so they had to have somebody go through and do all that. When he faked jumping the car in the street with the camera angles, like they had to set all that up. He has to be able to jump that high. So like it seems dumb, but at the same time, it is kind of entertaining what he's doing, and it's live, so you can't fuck it up.
Yes, exactly, bro. That's the part that I respect the most about all that streaming shit is that it's all live.
Yeah.
It's all right there. There are no cuts. There are no redos. That shit is all live. Now, it's not really my thing. Like I don't really, I don't really watch I don't watch streamers. Like if my kids are watching it, I watch it. But like,
No, I don't watch them, but
I don't
do.
either, but when you do a bit, right, and they're like, okay, you're gonna do this bit, you got to commit 100%. You can never slip up. So like, think of like
Yeah.
Norm Macdonald, Bobby Lee, Theo. I'm not saying like these guys are like magical, but they're doing a character and they never slip up with their
Yeah.
character. So
Yeah.
for Kai Cenat and Speed to be constantly in that character, never let the veil slip on camera
Yeah.
ever, is pretty amazing. And I did see some people talking about the guy Neo, and prior to filming, he shows up like 2 hours early. He walks around. They didn't show this on thing, but they talked about it. This skinny Indian kid that's called Neo. He shows up 2 hours early. Him and his people walk around and take notes. They talk to everybody like in Neon. Is that what it is?
I think it was Neon, yeah.
Yeah. They talk to all the people that are going to be there during the live performance. They explain to them. They say if there's anything off limits, that it's just a character.
Right.
He's not going to break character. He takes extensive notes and goes through everything, whatever.
Right.
And then
Yeah,
when the
it's an
cameras go
actual
on,
production.
he goes into his, you know, it's like Andy Kaufman or whatever with what they were doing back in the day with his character. He goes into character nonstop. And like people actually hit him, they get physical with him. He never breaks the character. And then when he's done, he spends another 2 hours signing autographs, apologizing to people, and making sure what went on
Right.
camera was okay and stuff like that. So people like that's why he's popular. You're seeing a 4-hour live stream that took him 8 hours of setup. So when I heard that, I was like, okay, I kind of actually respect these guys a little bit more. They're not just these retards that are turning the camera on themselves.
Yeah. And it's also like it's the little shit that would have made us quit when we were kids. So like I remember when my son first started watching all that streaming shit. First, I didn't think it was ever going to be anything. I'm like, this is fucking stupid. Like this is I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm like,
stupid.
But it's
Yeah, I'm
actual
like, this is-
reality. Well, it's not actual reality TV, but it's kind of like actual reality
but
TV.
it kind of is because bro, he used to watch our show Speed streaming, and this is before that kid was big. And his mom would be in the background yelling at him to turn the stream off and get off and blah. But it got to the point on with that kid Speed. It got to the point where his mom kicked him out and he had to go live with his dad.
Yeah.
Because he wouldn't stop streaming. This is before he's making money, bro.
Yeah.
Shit like that. Like you know how many times my mom told me to get off the game because it wasn't gonna make me no fucking money and go outside.
Yeah.
And it's like shit, like little shit like that is shit that a lot of kids would have quit, or they would be like, all right, I'm not gonna spend so much time doing this. You gotta think those kids were doing that shit for years before they made any money. They weren't making any money in the beginning of that shit.
Yeah, my mom, her concern with video games was she just would say, son, just please, we're just so worried about you sitting down this much. Please,
Yeah.
do something physical.
Yeah. My mom would kick me right. My mom would kick me right out the game. She'd be like, "You've been playing the game for 2 hours. Go outside." I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah. I'm lucky that I didn't grow up when they were so intense when you guys, our video games, they were kind of difficult and kind of simple. So the graphics weren't pulling you in that great. And then they would get frustrating. Like Ninja Gaiden or Ghosts and Goblins on Nintendo was so frustrating that you wanted to go outside. So when World of Warcraft came out, I ruined my whole life. I started like making friends. I was like joining raids and clicking. I was doing it until like 4 a.m. for 6 years. So I can see how you guys got hooked, especially at
video
young
games
age on
now.
video games.
If you're like of a certain age and you hit the sweet spot with gaming,
Yeah.
you like experienced video games just like deteriorate toward now they just kind of suck.
Mm-hmm.
Like they look better than they've ever looked, but they're not that fun. So
yeah, one
you don't
thing
wanna
though,
really
it's
play
like
them that
anything. I play some standby stuff by Blizzard, but there's like independent games that you can play now, kind of like watching small podcasts. You can go on stream, find a new coder and a new creator, and buy a game for like $5.
one of the most
and you're like, oh, this is a lot of fun, and it's
There's
super simple, but the graphics are bad because they don't have a multi-billion-dollar whatever. But the game itself, and you're helping a small dude learn.
There's one of the recent
survive.
ones, and I've been afraid to actually download it because everybody tells me it's like way too addicting. But it's just like it's like a combination of solitaire and poker. It's called Balatro, and everybody that I've talked to has said it's the most fun you'll ever have. It's also going to
Can you
ruin
win
your
money?
life.
Can you play money?
Solitaire and poker.
Yeah, I don't even understand what it is. It's just everyone I've talked to has said it's probably the best game that's come out in the last couple of years. It's also like ruining my life because I cannot stop playing it. And I'm like, really? A fucking solitaire?
Right, solitaire. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what it is that's like special about it, but it apparently it is some guy, whoever developed it, made like this new card game that the people who play it cannot stop playing it. So I don't know. Oh wait, this is a good question from Dan Mullen. Do blacks like Lincoln Park?
Fuck no. The fuck. I feel like
Thanks for the super chat.
I feel like he knew the answer to that before he asked that question. Fuck no, nigga. What?
Really? They collaborated with Jay-Z.
Yeah, I think Jay-Z might like Lincoln Park, or he likes the money, the money he can make with them.
Lincoln freed the slaves, and blacks are always in the park. So
Lincoln did free the slaves. I don't know about us being in the park that much, though. I don't know if we do the parks.
Right. I'm not a comedian. I'm just a regular guy talking into a mic for 4 hours.
I didn't think that the black community cared too much for Lincoln Park. No, I think they.
I didn't care too much for Jay-Z.
From what I've seen on Twitter, I've seen like black people express like a sort of like a sentiment like they miss when white boys went off on their music.
Mm-hmm.
White boys ain't be making music like this no more. But they don't. It's not like they say that they really like it. It's just that what happened with white boys.
With what? I missed the beginning of that.
Yeah, this is like y'all used to have your own bag, bruh. Like white boys, y'all had your own bag. Y'all had your own bag of like emo music and like all types of shit. All that shit over now. It's either the only thing white boys doing now is country music and rap music. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, come on, what happened to all the other shit y'all was doing?
I had I brought this up in the show before, but I had a punk band in the like the 90s. We would just fill it up with angry white people at the punk show. When we went back together before COVID, no one wanted to hear it. They all wanted, like you said, they all want to listen to rap or country. You couldn't get anybody at the shows anymore. Granted, we're a bunch of old fogies or whatever.
The thing about that is like, Naeem is right. You do see like a lot of white boys. What you've seen lately is they'll start with rap, and then when they realize the money is actually in country, they pivot to country.
Well, Crack's in the chat, so he'll probably be pivoting.
So it just feels very distant. Like it doesn't. That's the thing, is it lacks sincerity, like Post Malone or Jelly Roll.
Yeah,
like a lot of these people, because
I like Prof. Prof seems like he actually likes rap.
Prof does seem more genuine, yes.
Yeah.
Or
I mean, I don't have no problem with it. I just feel like white boys used to have so many different bags that y'all could jump into, and so many different types of fucking rock.
You don't like Benson Boone?
Yeah, see what I'm saying, bro? Like, come on, bro.
Yeah.
Like, give me some fucking Fallout Boy. You see what I'm saying? Like, where the new Fallout Boy at? Like, what's happening out here?
I never listened to that stuff that much, but I think if you go on YouTube, you can find the stuff. But if you go to like the Grammys, that's the only thing they want to show you now. You know what I mean? Like the people that control the bullshit. Because I'm always like, this sucks. Like, why is this there? But you can find small artists online. And you're like, okay, I can fuck with this guy.
You know what's funny is like when I was a kid, like when I was in middle school and high school, and that was the most popular music at the time for for whites, I suppose. Like what dominated the radio and like all the kids I went to school with was like Fall Out Boy and My Chemical Romance, Panic at the Disco, like all those kinds of bands. You couldn't get away from that music at the time, and I remember hating it at the like.
I hated it. I was like, why is everybody trying to make me sad?
I remember just like it was being played so much everywhere I went that I just was like sick of it. But now that it just doesn't exist, I find myself like missing it. Where I'm like, yeah, what happened? This
Yeah,
all feels like one day this all just like went away, and now all we have left is like Charlie XCX and Jelly Roll.
bro, because that's the shit that's the shit that like white people didn't know, that like black kids, when all that emo shit would come on, we would jump in our bag. We used to be singing that shit. You see what I'm saying? Like we used to be like, damn, we sad too, nigga. You feel me? Like, let's get into this. But now that shit just don't exist, bro. It just don't exist.
I did see. I guess it has a lot to do with like the internet and trying to like now that everything is so curated for each person. Like you could just go online and pick and choose everything. So it's like there isn't as much of back in the day what you would think of as like a monoculture, like where
Yeah.
the whole nation just because of what we had access to, this was the culture. Now,
Yeah, cause like we all listen to the radio, so we all
so
knew like
it seems like the trick now is like how do you like get people to pay attention, or how do you endear people to you? And I saw recently that a band that was big when I was a kid, that group All American Rejects, are on this tour where they're touring like house parties where they're posting on social media like, hey,
oh yeah, I saw that. That's
yeah,
fire.
yeah, where they're saying, hey, if you got like a house we can just like come perform in your yard, we'll do it. And it's like, and it's working. Like everybody's like loving it and posting about it. And now they're having this kind of like a resurgence because they're just like going to, like Dayton, Ohio, to like somebody's house and performing in their lawn.
That used to be what it was about. Like we had clubs in Providence or whatever, but if you could get a good house party in a basement, that's where a lot of the first shows that I played were. You just go into some random dude's house that's charging $5 to get in for a keg party, and you're setting your stuff up in the basement with like a dirt floor to play music to a bunch of strangers for a free keg. Just so you could see what other people thought of your music. So you guys were doing open mics, and we were lugging like band equipment down like wooden stairs into a basement.
But see, like, look, dog, that's the type of shit, bro. That's the type that's the type of shit that I love, bro. Like to me, that's like that. That's like the essence of like all this shit. And what I'm saying is going to sound gay as fuck, but fuck it, bro. Like the essence of all this shit that we doing is like honest expression in the moment that other people have to judge, bro. That's the best shit, because like when you could be the person that gets the fucking party started. Dog, I tell you something right now. I've had shows that were at fucking house parties and shit like that, or I've had shows that were like just a comedy show in somebody's house in their fucking basement, bro. And it's the scariest, but some of the most fun you ever could have if you don't bomb. If you bomb, is the worst shit you ever could have in your fucking life. If you bomb, is the worst thing ever. If you bomb, you might well fucking kill yourself, bro. But if you don't bomb, it's the most fun you ever could have in your life. Doing a show in somebody's house, just a bunch of random niggas standing around staring at you, and you make all the motherfuckers laugh, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah. I've done both. I've gone to like house shows like that where I perform stand up, where I've had a great set and we all have a good time. And I've also had it where I just like bomb my dick off and everybody.
Same.
You're just standing on the floor in front of them, and then I put the mic back in the stand and I go, "Excuse me, I just need to grab a glass of water."
You gotta say, "Excuse me" to get through the crowd. Excuse me, you apologize. Sorry about that. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Sorry.
I'm just gonna step outside.
No, that's comedy though. That is insane. I've told Dalton this story, but when there wasn't a ton of open mics in Providence for stand up, but there was for music. So I would go to all these music like open mics just to hear my friends do poetry or acoustic. And then every now and again there would be somebody trying to start comedy that would just go up in the middle and try to do 5 minutes after just like 10 bands, and he wouldn't address it. That was my biggest thing. I always pull him aside. I'm like, guy, I know you're new. I watch a ton of comedy. If you're coming up after a rock band,
you gotta address it.
How crazy this is that you're about to do comedy. whatever, because they would go up there and they would just start doing their material, dude, and just bomb. And being somebody that watched a lot of comedy and saw people like, especially the cold open guy, that's like the local guy that's trying to warm the crowd up before anybody's known, how brutal it is. And if he's even getting laughs at all, and he's a professional, so for a new guy to get up in between bands and try to do 5 minutes,
That's fucking psycho, and not say anything about it.
Yeah, and just watch them get destroyed, and then you can see the light in their eyes fade, and then they just want to kill themselves when they get on stage. So I would always pull them aside and be like, "Dude, you got some good material. I love stand up. You got to address the room that what you're about to do when you get up.
You got to address
who am
I.
You
got to address everything. Like you literally have to address everything that's going on that could be distracting the audience. And listen, we all been there where we didn't know that, and we fucking bombed because some fucking lady fell out of her chair, and you saw it, and the crowd turned around, they saw it, and then you were just like, yeah, so it's been pretty hot outside, right, guys? And everyone's like, what the fuck, nigga? This bitch just had a heart attack. What, you gonna ignore that?
Yeah, I used to do that all the time. There was a basement bar in my college town called Abbey Underground where they would have an open mic that was just everything: music, poetry, stand up, like whatever.
Yeah.
There were so many times I would go on stage and be performing while the drummer was still like unscrewing all of it. and the audience, and it was like a metal band, so the audience was rowdy as shit. And I would just spend 5 minutes like screaming at them, going, "Shut your fucking goddamn mouth! This is my time." It would just be this confrontation I would have with people where if I was aggressive enough, they would have to pay attention to me, and then I would go, okay, now that everybody's paying attention, who here does online dating?
Well, even if it's you backstage doing your own voice of God, that authority that sets it up, I used to think it was so dumb, but it makes a big difference because we did this show in Providence like 2018 on this big stage in this big empty room. And one of the guys from that open mic was like, "Oh, you guys are playing?" He's like, "Can I do 5 minutes before you guys like do your show?" And I'm like, "You can." And I, being who I thought would be a good idea, I went up and I was like, "Hey, everybody, blah, blah, blah," and like introduced him. And like, we're going to come on in a minute. And people were there to see me do the band stuff. Yeah. It's like, hey, this guy's going to come on. He's super funny. You're going to really like him, blah, blah, blah. And then I fucked his name up. But anyways, and then I brought him on stage. And people actually like got up to stop what they're doing to like listen. And then that's when I realized how important like the voice of God or the MC is to
all
the
for
cats
sure
in the audience and like getting them to focus about what's to happen, because he was just going to hop on stage like when we were putting the equipment together.
That would have been way harder
and do it, and we still were setting up, but they actually listened just because we took 2 seconds and they're like, "Oh, that's the guy from the band. What is he saying?"
That helps out a lot.
Remember this, Naeem? What's going on with your friend here? Matt McCusker, is he doing crypto scams?
Did you see this on his Twitter?
What the fuck is this? What the hell?
Apparently Matt McCusker is doing. He launched a meme coin called McCusker Coin.
McCusker Coin. Well, I mean, shit, bro. It's a new age, dog.
It looks like what happened is his Twitter account got this. Happened.
Yeah, his Twitter account got hacked today, and the Indians have been doing it.
He was shilling McCusker Coin.
Yo,
no, it's back up.
Yeah, you didn't see
back
this?
up. It's back up.
It was another one. It's deleted now. Like I think
did his Twitter really get hacked?
I believe so.
Yeah.
This happens every now and then.
We're
like
again,
a big Twitter account, like somebody who's like pretty.
What the hell, bro? Then they hacked my boy fucking Twitter. Why the fuck would they? That's crazy.
They probably made some money. People probably did.
Dude,
Put
I would
some
have bought
money
it if I
For buying McCusker coin, yeah.
yeah, I would have
Yeah,
thrown
listen.
like $20 at it and see
Yeah,
if
I'm
I
not
could
gonna
find
lie.
it.
If we wouldn't have had this conversation right now, and I would have seen that on my own, I'd have been like, all right, yeah, I'll support this. I'd have bought some.
Well,
I'd have done
I
it.
knew it was a clear
I've
scam because they
I've been
turned off
in
responses and everything.
I've been in
Yeah.
the meme
That's
coins for a
crazy.
little bit, and so I've seen this happen with big Twitter accounts where all of a sudden somebody who has never had anything to do with crypto is shilling a meme coin, and
Mhm.
usually that means their account got hacked,
Yeah.
Damn.
and whoever
They're
did
either
it is like
shilling a meme
crypto
coin or
scammer.
they're selling iPads.
That's
Yep.
Yeah.
I seen that. Yep. Selling iPhones and iPads. It's like, what the fuck? When you start selling that?
Bobby Lee's Twitter account was selling iPads for like 3 years.
Yo.
yeah, because Matt
Damn.
does not strike me as if he enjoys crypto. He doesn't strike me as a meme coin guy. So when I
No.
saw it, I
That
said,
was
yeah,
smart though. Go after Matt. He has just enough followers that it's not going to get shut down right away.
It is
If they did that to
it's more
Shane,
believable than Shane.
it would have got
yeah.
shut down
Yeah.
in like 5
True.
minutes. His people would have been on top of that. So Matt's like just big enough that there's going to be a lot of eyes on him, but not so big that the PR company is going to shut it down immediately. Like all hands on
Yeah.
deck.
True. Damn.
So very smart Indian guy out there, wherever you were, that pulled that scam. Very good.
But I mean, if I could have been there right when it was posted and threw like $100 at it, I could have doubled that, sold, and gotten in and out of that scam
Before they rugged it.
before
Yeah.
I got rugged. Yeah, I would have. Yeah, I would have.
The irony of Indian guys rugging you, pulling the rug out from underneath your feet, is
Bruh.
I tried
really
to do
good.
that because I don't even think this one was she got hacked. I think this was actually the bad Bobby, the Cash Me Outside girl.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Actually launched her own crypto scam, and I tried to time it. I just put like $30 in it, and I said, "I'm gonna see if I could double this before she rugs this."
Mhm.
And no, I got rugged by the Cash Me Outside girl.
She got you for $30.
$30, yeah.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Damn. Yeah, see, I'm not giving nobody no money towards no fucking meme coins, bro. I'm an old school nigga, dog. If I give you money, I need you to put something in my fucking hand. You feel
No,
me?
here's the thing.
I need to be touching something. If you give me some money, I need to be holding something in my hand, bro.
No, but here's the thing. Like, if you can get into some of these meme coins that pump, you can put $30 in there. Like the Trump coin that got launched, that everybody wasn't sure if it was real or not. You could put $100 in there, and people made millions of bucks because so much money floods in that it goes up.
Those kinds of coins, though, you kind of have to be an insider to get in early enough to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
There are coins that are more organic that you can, like, if you get to them early enough and you just happen to get lucky and it's legit, you can do that. You could turn $30 into like thousands of
Remember
dollars.
Peanut the squirrel? Remember the government killed that guy's squirrel?
That was legit.
People made millions of dollars on that meme coin that got in organically and early.
Yeah, but
they had a Peanut the squirrel coin.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So that's why people put their money
anything-
in, because you throw $30 in it, you get rugged, you lose $30.
Whenever there's anything
But
in
if
the
it
news,
hits, you can make thousands to millions. So it's
Wait,
like
so-
a lottery ticket.
People just make a coin out of anything.
yeah.
Yeah.
Anytime there's anything in the news, you can follow the news and then check the meme coin like aggregator. It's a site called Dex Screener.
So could we make a P Diddy coin right now?
Yes, there's
There's
already
probably
plenty.
300 of them.
There's already
Okay.
hundreds of free Diddy.
People. There's
uh,
hundreds of them being made every second. If you tune into like an Andrew Tate live stream on Rumble and then pull up the pump fund or whatever where they're created, he'll just say words, and as he's saying those words, those coins are being created. Like in
like
real
earlier
time,
What the hell?
today,
for no reason, and most of them
earlier
are
today,
just disappear and nothing happens.
That's stupid as shit.
It is very stupid, but
Yes.
it can be lucrative.
It's just gambling.
Earlier today, Elon Musk tweeted about starting the America Party, and so I saw that, and I went on Dex Screener, and like within the first 20 coins, about like half of them were America Party coins,
Mhm.
And so like one of them ended up running from, whatever to 2 cents. So a bunch of people made like thousands of dollars, and then I watched it get rugged.
Mm.
And so there's just like, thousands of people who just lost all their money on it. Because usually
Damn.
all those are scams, like more than the other ones when it's like
Yeah.
just something in
Yeah.
the news, and then there's like 5 different coins immediately at the top of the.
But if you're the creator of it, which takes he hit a couple buttons and you create the coin and then people start buying into it. The rug aspect of it is everybody that bought into it, depending on how patient you can be, within a couple of minutes, if people buy your coin, you could be pulling 5,000 out. Basically, you just sell everything
Yeah. Right.
on everybody and take all their money.
Yeah.
So you could rug people for $500, 5,000, 10,000. You could sell a portion of it and then see if it still kicks off. And
That's
take
usually what they
millions and
want.
then
Like
cash.
a good one is like the developer will be holding a certain amount, and they want him to start selling, like shaving it off at a certain point, so it evens out the distribution. Because if he holds it, people won't want to buy it because they'll be able to see like, oh, the developer's still holding like this percentage of the total supply. He's going to rug this.
Yeah.
Right.
So like for a while
hopefully-
there, Dave Portnoy was making meme coins, pumping them, taking just a little bit out, and then rugging them for like 60 to 200K.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's
fucking
such
people over in real
Damn.
time, live streaming it, taking everybody's money, and it's like, how is this not illegal?
It's going to be. I can't imagine. I don't know how long they're going to be able to do this, but for right now, like
Shit,
Naeem,
for at least the next 4 years, bro.
yeah,
They're gonna
Naeem,
you're right.
like Naeem, you're right. Like I think you're more. Seems like you're more like stable and have more of a foundation where you have a good, things are going well for you, and you have something to lose. I got nothing to lose, and in fact, gambling on meme coins is kind of like my financial
They're
plan.
your scratch tickets.
That's your financial plan.
This is like my whole plan financially. Is like, in fact, I was doing good. I was like day trading them, like trying to actually do like risk management and pull profits. And I had made, as of yesterday, I was up like $500.
Oh shit.
Today, I fucked that up today, but I'm figuring it out, so I can easily recover from that.
The chat loves the stories of Dalton's meme coin adventures or whatever, but you can make some money, but it's mostly crazy gambling that stresses you out.
No, it's you just have to strategize and be disciplined and not get greedy. Like you have to say, like when you're watching the chart, you just have to say, I'm selling right now. I don't care if it moons after this. I don't care if it keeps pumping.
Yeah.
I doubled my money, and I'd rather take that money and guarantee that than this thing fucking tank on me and I'll lose it.
Yeah, so here's what happens, Naeem. You can take like $100, right, and you buy some meme coins, and within seconds, it's worth 500. Right.
Right.
But your mind's like, oh, so in a couple more seconds, it could be $2,000, $5,000. So you don't pull it. And then all of a sudden it's worth 0 and you have no money.
Yeah.
So
Damn.
it's so hard.
So you gotta hurry up and pull that shit out.
Yeah, you have to.
But your mind's like, but this could be the one that goes to the moon. So if I pull the 500 now and then you watch it shoot up, that would have been like 100K. So the greed always gets you because you're like,
right.
It's still going up.
Let's see how high this can go.
Yes.
Everybody has the idea. They think, oh, I've done it. I bought the one that's going to make me a millionaire. And then you just end up losing $500 because you could have sold and made $100.
It's pretty easy to put 20 in, it'll turn to 60 and take it out. And then find another one to do it again.
Dude,
But most of the time you're like, oh, it's up to 150. Let's see if it goes to 2. Oh my God, it's going to 4. The devs are still in, but they haven't. And then it rugs and it's 0 and you're broke.
If you can discipline yourself and do that a few times a day, just turn $20 into $60.
You can't. You have to be a robot. Dude. No
$300
one has
a day,
that discipline.
That's $100.
Yeah, nobody has that discipline, bro.
You're fooling yourself, man.
Yeah, that's impossible.
Because the reward is so high. Once your monkey brain like kicks off
Whoa,
and you
whoa,
go into that
whoa,
lizard
whoa,
brain,
whoa.
your lizard brain kicks in. You're just getting that dopamine rush of watching it go up. You can't. It's so impossible to just
Yeah, you're
hit
not
that
pulling.
button to
Yeah,
blow.
fuck.
I did it on the inauguration. I went in, made like 1,500 on Trump coin, made like another 12 on Melania coin. The next day, I pulled one of my buddies in. I'm like, dude, watch how much money I'm making. I lost all $3 grand and like right in his face in 5 minutes. So it's not worth it. Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
it's
bruh.
just too much stress. But I'm gonna, now that I am unemployed and I have one more paycheck, and I'm gonna file for unemployment. I think like instead of looking for a new job, I'll keep streaming. I'll be able to make money on my podcast, and then I'll just like continue to trade meme coins and make that. Then I could
Bruh, and do Amazon Flex, bruh. I be doing Amazon Flex
Dude,
in
I
my
do
spare
Amazon
time.
Flex.
Yep.
Yeah.
That shit fun, bruh. It's fun, and you can make like $100 in like 4 hours real quick. Make
It
a
doesn't
quick
even take 4 hours a lot of
110.
the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes it's 2 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah.
Quick $100, bruh.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So you were doing we talked about the Wawa accountant, and then you quit that. Dalton just recently lost his job. What
Damn, did you get fired or did you quit?
For
I got
advice for
fired.
Dalton?
I was doing inbound phone sales for Xfinity Comcast, and I was actually it was probably the first time in my life I've ever actually tried at a job because I'm just like an adult now. Like I'm like I need to at least if nothing else ever works out, I need to have a career. But it turns out that job is like it's miserable, it's extremely difficult, and it has a high turnover rate anyway. Like nobody really gets to stay there. But I was trying, but yeah, after a while they just were like, yeah, your performance is bad, so we're firing you. And
damn, bruh.
No, what did they tell you though? What did they tell you?
She
what's the phrasing that they use?
Well, yeah, they always said like if you don't improve, you'll get this write up and that write up and a third write up, and then if you don't improve after that, you'll be promoted to customer.
What the fuck?
They fired after the joke.
Promoted to customer is crazy.
I've never had a job. I've gotten fired from a lot of jobs. I've never had a single employer ever say you're fired. They always have like some dumbass euphemism for it that is more dehumanizing and demeaning than just saying you're fired, grab your shit and get out of here.
That's salty as fuck, bro. Getting fired is the saltiest shit, bro. That's a horrible feeling.
I've only been fired
because everything is fucking tied to your job. So it's not just like you're losing your income. It's like your fucking health insurance.
Yeah,
like your whole life is tied up in this shit. And then they fire you, and then it just spirals you into like, well, now I got to fill out forms
forever. Yep.
Yeah, to try and like at least have the basics I need to survive. But then I guess they're gonna take all that away anyway with this fucking bill.
Yeah,
I don't think that's going through until like 2027, like where they're gonna strip away all the Medicaid. But
yeah,
it's like it feels like it's getting harder to be able to survive now. Like,
100%. It's definitely getting hard. I mean, listen, dog, like you either gotta be a billionaire or you might as well just fucking roll over and die, bro. Like the way this shit about to look.
I'm not against doing that.
Dude, I just think honestly, I know that you're gonna think that I'm joking around, but if we could just get the live stream, right? Because we're not doing an in-person podcast. You get a couple of live streams making a couple thousand a month, right?
Yeah.
You can move to like a third world country. Like
Thailand. I don't want to do this.
Move to the Thailand or the Philippines, and you can live off of a couple thousand from this. Build up the fan base from there, from you get some internet stuff. You're getting like food for like $3, whatever. Your rent's like $300. Then once you're still getting the American money coming in from the fans.
Mm-hmm.
And then once you build that back up, then you can move back to a second world and then a first world country again. We just have to reverse immigrate.
Yeah, yeah,
You know what I mean? My ancestors did it when my Greek family came over from Greece. Like only like 10% stayed. Everybody else couldn't hack it. They had to go back to Greece. They couldn't cut it in America.
Dave looks like he lives
Damn.
in a third world country. Is what
Yeah.
Rob, you look like you live in a third world.
So maybe it's just about time for me to go back to a second world country and sort my life out until I can earn my way.
Yeah, you gotta
back.
take a step back sometimes. Sometimes you gotta take a
Yeah.
step down.
Maybe.
I can earn my
Yeah.
way back into a
Mhm.
first world country.
Working, like, honestly, working, like, having a job, it sucks. I don't like having jobs.
Of course it sucks, but there's so many things that suck, and I'm gonna tell you something that I tell my son all the time, bruh. Life is a struggle, and you gotta pick which the fuck one you want, nigga.
Yeah.
You want the struggle of having a job that sucks, or you want the struggle of being fucking broke and worrying about how the fuck you gonna pay your bills and shit like that. You see what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah, that was the thing, man. Like, they had me in the fucking like poor people department at Comcast, and it just every fucking call I had, I got
Mm-hmm.
were people living on like the margins of society, where their whole
That
life
sucks.
their whole life is basically they're reliant on like government subsidy. So
Mm-hmm.
I would have people like crying, being like, I only get $800 a month, and I don't know how I can afford this bill anymore. And I'm like, I would always want to be like, how the fuck are you affording anything? 800 bucks a
Yeah,
month.
800 a month is crazy.
But
So,
I guess
one
it's,
thing
I
I
guess
will
it's like
say-
after you get the Section 8 voucher and the SNAP and all that, the 800 a
Well,
month.
yeah, I've seen it before, bro. I've seen it. I used to work for this property management company, and one of the properties they had was like a like the projects basically, like it was all subsidized housing. Bro, some of those people's rent was $40.
And they wouldn't even pay that because I
No,
had friends
yeah,
that do
they'd
Section
be
8.
late. Yeah, they'd be late and all that shit. They'd be 3 months behind, getting
Yeah.
ready to get evicted on a $40 rent, bro. You owe this motherfucker. You owe this motherfucker $120
Oh, dude, I
for
would get
3 months, and you about to get evicted because you owe $120.
dude, I would get so many people would call who were pissed off. They'd be like, "Why my internet shut off?" And I would pull up their account, and they would have the government internet where it's $15 a month is their internet
Mm-hmm.
bill, right? And they would be like so far behind that their like delinquent balance is like $600.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be like, it looks like you've never paid your bill.
Yeah, like not even once.
Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, so this is $15 a month. I guess you haven't paid it for 2 years. So
Mhm.
yeah, the company has now had to. It's not even like I give it. It's not like I hated having to defend Comcast because it's such
Yeah,
an
you're like,
evil
hey, if I
dog
could
shit.
just push a button to give you free internet, I would. But like,
Yeah, but
that's
come the
not my
fuck
pay
on.
grade.
But I would also just be
Yeah.
like, it's $15 a month. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I-
like bitch, meet me halfway at least. Damn, you
That's
can't even
not
pay
even-
it
that's-
half of this
yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
that's like something you would charge your kid for internet. You know what I mean? That's not even like
Mhm.
you're like, oh, you're gonna live under my roof. You're gonna use internet. Fine, it's $15 a month.
It's 15 bucks.
Yeah, I will say this though. Growing up, like my first real job was I assistant managed a pizza restaurant and delivered pizza, and my rent for a 2-bedroom was like $350, and that's about what I was making, like a little more than that sometimes during the week. So I was able to like pay my rent with one paycheck, pay my utilities in my car and everything with a second, and then
Oh,
like
that's sweet.
third, and then I had a full paycheck during the month, like left over for fun.
Mhm.
And now that things have been going like up and up, like I make so much more money than I did back then. I'm still in a 2-bedroom, you know what I mean? And it's like I still one thing pay, 1 week pays for the rent, one pay the utilities, whatever, and then you're lucky if you have anything left over. So it's not like people have anything left over anymore to just get a break from people
No,
have free
bruh.
time, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna go do a side hustle.
Yes,
because I had free
like
time.
literally, bro. Like
Yeah.
I try to spend all my time making money, bro. Like if I'm not doing some family
Is
shit,
literally all I think about.
yeah,
How do
like
I
I
get more
gotta make
money?
money,
No,
bro.
yeah, no, I understand that was 30 years ago, Dan. What I'm saying is like the inflation has pretty much stayed the same. So even though I'm making a lot more money, I'm in
You
the
still can
same
afford the same
situation,
shit, yeah.
the same thing. So they just kind of like kept me in the same spot my whole life,
What the fuck
no
does this
matter how
mean?
hard you work. The second I was like, oh, I finally made it, COVID
Mm,
hit and just fucked my shit up. My whole savings just went to staying afloat.
mm.
And now I'm like, so we're back at this again. And all these fucking billionaires are richer than they've ever been in their whole fucking life after COVID.
Bro, that shit's killing us, bro. And on some real shit, I don't know what's gonna like wake people the fuck up. I feel like all the shit that's going on now should have woke people up to be like, wait, yo, it's one. Somebody been running the same scam on us all this time, and we just not paying attention
It's
to
the
it for whatever the
government.
fuck.
Like, so we're talking about, the stuff you listened to growing up. But one of the reasons that I listened to like Wu-Tang Clan and like even like Public Enemy and stuff is it was a way to get news that was actually from other places that
Yeah.
wasn't fed to you by the media. So I learned about like the Ebola virus and like E. coli and all this stuff from listening to RZA lyrics, and then I was like, "What the
Mm-hmm.
fuck is this? I got to go look this up. They're not telling me about this stuff."
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
And
I learned it from
so,
a book called The Hot Zone,
It is a hot zone.
which I think
yeah,
they
so
made into a movie with Dustin Hoffman.
dude, no, Raphael's laughing at me. And I even tell these guys like you to get like we didn't have the like the internet stuff like this. So if you wanted to get like underground news, you would get mixtapes and stuff from other people
Yeah, bro.
that were waking you up, or you would literally go meet somebody on a street corner standing on a soapbox that had like these
Yeah, and they would be
papers and
and they'd be screaming that
newspapers.
shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, bro. I remember when one of my homies gave me that Mob Deep album, and when
yeah,
Prodigy said Illuminati wants your mind, soul, and your body, I didn't even know what Illuminati was. So
yeah.
then I asked my uncle, I'm like, Uncle, what the fuck is Illuminati? And then he was like, oh, it's the secret group, gay white motherfuckers, and they running the world, and they just fucking. They the reason that you listen to rap music and that you dress the way that you do, and they're the reason that everything is wrong and everything is right. And I'm like, what the fuck, bro? I'm like,
Yeah.
they God? Like, what the fuck? And he was like, no, what they think they got. And dog, that was the first time I never knew what the Illuminati was. It's because I heard it in a rap song, and I
Yeah,
asked my uncle.
that's yeah. So punk music was like that too. So you could learn about
Bunch
like
of gay white motherfuckers
you could
making you wear your drawers low.
yeah. So I would listen to punk music and rap,
That's really what it is, though, bro.
and these people would show up. We'd go to the rap thing. There'd be like four dudes. You'd grab their album and then you'd listen to them, and then you would immediately start reading the lyrics because you're like, "What's going on
Mm-hmm.
in Washington? Like I've never been to Seattle. Like what's going on there?" And they're telling you stories about like the cops did this and this and like, oh shit, that's fucked up. Like we got that here too. So between punk and rap, that's how I was
Mm-hmm.
like figuring out what they weren't telling me. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like you can't, you turn on Fox News or whatever and they're telling you we won't say who they are, but we know who they are. Telling you their story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say the race of the. Oh, Robbie has a question for you, Naeem. Naeem,
was
did the
that?
Sixers draft Broom because they want to sweep? Also, do you consider yourself Unk or Big Bro? And
Okay.
was the song licensed to Illuminati?
Okay. Damn. All right. Let's start with the first question. Yes, the Sixers do. The Sixers. This our year. I ain't gonna hold you. Every other year we be talking that shit. This it. We got fucking VJ Edgecombe, bro. It's over. We up now. You see what I'm saying? We out here on y'all. And then what was the second question he said?
Do you consider yourself Unk or Big Bro?
I'm Unk for sure. I'm definitely Unk now. What?
I got called Unk the other day for the first time, so I knew I've been Unk. But
Yeah, once you start growing gray hairs and shit, once you start going bald and shit like that, you nigga. Like it's over for all that big bro shit. That shit done.
mine hit hard because I was in the DMs talking to this chick. And then she's like, wait a minute, how old are you? And I told her my age. She's like, oh, Unc, you got a nephew? And I was like, ooh.
Yo.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, so mine hit hard. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it get, bro. That's why I ain't gonna hold you. I don't even talk to girls first no more. I wait for them to say they want to fuck me first.
Well,
I ain't about to-
Yeah,
was a
you're on
kid-
stage, so you can draw them in with that net. I don't have any public. This show gets I get a couple of people. in my
I'm about to
DMs
say
from
you
the
gonna get
show.
some people off of this shit, bro. You say you better start fucking these podcast listeners, dog.
Yeah, it's mostly
Yeah.
dudes, but yeah.
You go
We got a
here.
couple of chicks in there that I'm gonna be saying hello to in Skankfest that reached out to me. So
Oh,
that'll
nice.
be
I remember
fun.
when I was a kid, my mom and all the adults always said, they say about me, they say he has an unk soul.
Yeah, you do got an unk vibe to you,
Say,
bro.
hey, little Dalton has an unk soul.
Yeah, you really do got like an unk vibe to you. I don't even know
And
why,
the
but you do, bro.
YNs, he's a YN with an unk soul.
Yeah,
My
bro.
mom
You
would
definitely
say-
do. You definitely do got the unk vibe to you, bro. I don't even know why.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess honestly, I do. I have
How-
always had that.
I
but-
thought Unk was like a new term recently. It's old enough that your family's hitting you with the Unk.
Dave, I'm joking.
Oh, all right.
Ah.
All right. I'm
They-
sorry.
They would just like say like, I think I was one of the kids where they would say like he has an old soul or he's very I don't know, his reading level is so far ahead of his grade. You know, I don't know,
Yeah.
reading. Even now, I read at a 11th grade reading level.
Dude, the grades are so messed up, dude. They should not put you in like it should be based on your merit. It's so crazy that it's about age and you're putting everybody together based on their age as if they're exactly the same in all skill sets.
Oh,
because of their
well,
age.
bro, that's because that shit was never made to fucking educate nobody. That shit baby jail. That's what that
Yeah.
shit. That shit baby prison, bro.
No, it's
That's-
based on
that's-
the
that's all
Prussian
school
school
is.
model. It's based
Yeah,
on the
that-
Prussian school model, which was pretty much turned into Nazi Germany to create soldiers and workers.
Yes, that's it. They want you to be
Yeah.
a fucking worker, bro. They're not educating you. They want you to. That shit is more about regimenting you. That shit about
Yeah.
like making you
Yeah,
get
it's meant
used
to
to
indoctrinate
being
Yeah,
somewhere.
Different periods, the bell ringing.
The bell ring,
Yeah.
yep. A fucking a half hour for lunch, all that bullshit, bro. Like that
They
shit
feed
is
you prison
school is
food.
bullshit.
What?
They feed you
I was watching a recent like clip from a show. I don't even know what it was, but basically it's a girl talking to her father who's dropping her off, and she'd been homeschooled, but she's has to go to public school for some reason,
Mhm.
and explaining it to her. And basically, she's like, "Oh, so you're sending me to prison?" He's like, "It's not prison." She's like, "Can I leave?" He's like, "Well, no, but." So
Yeah.
it's like, you know, she's been outside of the
Yes.
system, and then they're trying to put it in, and so she sees it for what it is.
She sees it for what it is. That shit is prison, bro. I remember so I went to this smart ass high school first called Central, and then I got kicked out of there in 11th grade, and I had to go to fucking what's that shit called? I had to go to Martin Luther King High School, right? That school was bad as
Oh
shit.
boy.
Bro, nigga used to be getting shot. That shit was
I was gonna
crazy,
say,
bro.
that's a Chris Rock joke right in itself, right there.
Yeah, bro. Anything that's it's true though. Anything named after that nigga is hell. I'm telling you right now. That school was dangerous as fuck. You would be in the hallway. They used to have something called hall sweeps. So let's say like if you went to the bathroom and if the bell rung and they like you having a hall sweep, if you got caught in the hallway, they automatically would give you a detention, right? So it's times where you in the bathroom and you just hear this bell ring like doom doom. It is now a hall sweep, and you like, damn, I gotta stay in the bathroom. But now I'm gonna get in trouble when I go back to class because the teacher gonna be like, why the fuck was you in the bathroom for fucking 15 minutes? Or I can
way.
take my chances and go in the hallway. And and we had school cops, we didn't have like security. It was police that worked in the school. And if they saw you in the hallway, they would chase you the fuck down, tackle you and shit, take you
That's
to the office.
dystopian, dude. That's
Bruh,
crazy.
it was crazy shit. Like they literally would tackle you, take you in the office and be like, yo, you got a detention today. It's like, bro, you tackled me and I hit my face on the floor for a detention. Like, what the fuck, nigga? It's
I
that
remember when I was in school, we had a stabbing and two kids got in a fight and there was a stabbing. And then some reverend came to the school and like sorted everything out. And I was like, okay, that's the only mishap I've ever seen in all of my school stuff. So then I left and then I came back when my sister was in school to see one of her teachers with her that I was good friends with the teacher. And I had to go through metal detectors to get into the school like 2 years after I was out of it. And so I was like, man, things are getting wild and that was 1995. So I can't imagine what's happened since then if they were putting metal detectors in back then.
One time a kid took a dump in the sink. And
Damn.
The janitor said, y'all don't pay me enough to clean bird out of the sink.
Yeah.
The vice principal actually had to clean a whole
Ew.
out of the sink.
Did they know the kid they know what kid did it?
I don't know if anyone ever found out who the sink shitter was, but it was just a really funny thing that happened where the janitor was like, man, y'all don't pay me enough for this shit. I ain't cleaning.
That's great.
Bird out the sink.
So if you do I've never done the upper decker, but if you do the upper decker, you flush and then the toilet gets dirty because the shit's in the top of the bowl.
Yeah, because the shit's in the top of the bowl.
But you can just keep hitting the button and eventually clears.
Eventually it would.
So the joke's not too bad. But shitting in the sink, dude, that is brutal.
Yeah, because somebody got to touch that.
Yeah,
because somebody got to touch that with their hand.
Somebody has to clean it
Even
up.
if you have gloves on, you have to feel the warmth and squishiness.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, that would have been the day. That's why I could never work with kids, because that would have been the day where I lost it. I'd have grabbed a random kid and put his face so close to that shit and be like, you better tell me who fucking did it.
No,
I'd have been mashing this shit with the kid's face. Like, are you crazy?
I was gonna say, can you just turn the water on in the sink and like
you could
take a plunger and like mash it up?
Ew.
And like until it goes down the drain.
But then that sink smells like shit forever. That sink will smell like shit forever.
Dude, I'm using a faculty shitter, so I don't have to worry about it.
You might want to just glove up
shit
at that point and just bite the bullet and say, I'm just going to grab this turd and then I'll go wash up. Yeah, but that was, well, actually, no, I do remember in middle school, somebody went into the boys' bathroom and used like soap to write a bomb threat on the mirror. That they were going to bomb the school. And so the school was on like lockdown for the next.
What year was this?
This was 2005.
Okay, so this is when bombings were going on. This is after the first trade center bombing with Clinton with the vans and stuff. Okay, yeah,
bro, that's how you know. That's how you know kids ain't shit. Cause I was in 9th grade when 9/11 happened, and literally, bro, for the next 2 months, like once a week, we was getting out of school early because random kids was writing bomb threats or calling in bomb threats. I'm like, yo, kids are evil as well. Like 9/11 is like the biggest tragedy ever, and it's just random 14-year-olds calling school like, hey, I'm about to do a 9/11 on school today. It's like, bro, like, what are you doing? You fucking evil bitch. Why'd you say that?
Yeah, you just fucked up school for all of us. For like,
then we all gotta go home. Then we all go home because you calling in fake bomb threats and shit.
Yeah, and now we got to go through security to get into school.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
Did they put you guys through like a ton of like auditorium like therapy and stuff after that happened?
Yeah, I remember when 9/11 happened, we had to go in the auditorium and they showed us like a video about it's basically like being like a strong American. No matter what we face in these troubling times.
You were in Philly, so you were like 2 hours away. So it was like hit you guys hard.
Yeah, bro. They were like we I think we went to the auditorium like 3 days in a row, and they showed us videos and talked to us. And I remember it was one person at my school whose dad worked in the Twin Towers, but they lived in Philly, so he wasn't like at work that day, so nothing happened to him. But he came and like spoke to us and shit about like how he felt and all that. And I remember just sitting there thinking like, nigga, you wasn't even there. Why are you talking to us?
Oh,
dude,
like you was in the same city we was in.
Crack wants me to tell you the plunger story. So
Oh, all right. What's the plunger story?
When I was a kid, this was just at our house when I was a kid. I took a really big shit one day, big dump, and it clogged the toilet. And so we had this plunger that was next to the toilet that was not the one of the regular plungers. It was one of those like accordion style plungers.
Oh, those are the worst, dude.
Yeah. What the hell?
And so I use that to plunge the toilet. So it's one of those plungers that has like a big.
I have one. It's like
and then when you push it down, it does like it accordions.
Yeah, like it shrinks. Yeah.
Yeah, it presses down and then it springs back up.
So you get a lot more pressure than you would with the old school little half circle, the nipple looking thing.
So I plunged it and it, it flushed, and I just put the plunger back in its skin.
I already know, dude.
And then like later that day, or maybe it was like a day later, my mom goes in that bathroom and she goes, "Oh my God, something crawled in this bathroom and died. We got to find it."
Yeah.
A dead animal in the bathroom. And she was like, "What is this? I can't find this smell. I can't find where this is coming from." And then she's like tearing this bathroom apart, trying to figure out like what it is that is like freaking her out. Something smells so bad. And then she finally picked up that plunger and like looked into it. And I didn't know that this had happened, but it sucked up a turd into the plunger.
Ew, bro.
I know. Yeah.
So there was just like a 2-day-old turd that had been chewing in that bathroom.
Dude, above water shits, dude. Like when you get shit out of water when it's not covering that. Think about how bad the bathroom smells when the shit's underwater.
Yeah. Right.
Now that's clean,
dude,
fresh air, dude.
That I sucked into a plunger that has just been fermenting for like 2 days.
Ew, bruh.
And then when she moved the plunger, it probably like broke the dry shell on it to let some of the even dank
soft shit in the middle.
Oh yeah, it was really bad. Like because like she was screaming like, "Dalton, get your ass in this bathroom now!" And I came in there and I go, "Whoa, what? Did something die in here?"
So when you were that age, were you corn fed?
You left a turd in the plunger.
Well, you're still big corn fed kid back then too.
Oh, I've always been corn fed.
Yeah. So that was an adult size problem that was in that plunger. That was not a child problem.
I was clogging the toilet constantly. I got really good at plunging toilets.
God damn.
Yeah.
But that one time, I didn't realize that it had like, because the way it's designed, it has like this, open body for like the actual plunger. So it's designed to, like, if you didn't know any better, you would think it's designed to suck up turds into it.
Yo, I know an old head and down North Philly. He said that when he was in prison, he fucking stabbed somebody with a shit. He said he took a shit and then just let it get hard, and then carved it into a sharp blade at the end.
He carved the dookie itself into a shoe?
Yep, he carved the dookie itself. He said he let that shit sit for like 2-3 weeks, bro, and then fucking stabbed his celly with it.
The ingenuity in prison, they have nothing but time on their hands to think of.
Nothing but time. Can you imagine getting stabbed with a dookie though, bro? Like you just look down and it's just a hard turd just sticking out your stomach. You like, what the fuck? That would make me want to die. I would be like, you know what? Yeah, it's just time to die, bro. I can't come back from this.
It's also like such an inefficient way to do what he was trying to do, because like normally wouldn't you just like, shave down a toothbrush and then just like, switch that around in some dookie, and then it has the same desired effect, which is like presumably to cause like some kind of infection.
Yeah, some type of sepsis or some shit like that.
Yeah. But actually, letting a dookie just sit there and waiting, having to like work on this dookie knife for like 2 weeks. I don't even know how you stay mad enough. By the time the dookie is ready, you'd be like, you know what?
Yo,
stab this motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't even give a fuck no more, yo. This dookie took 23 days to get hard.
I've been waiting all this time to wait for this dude to get hard. I ain't even mad at this guy anymore.
Yeah,
I'm mad at myself that I thought this was a good idea.
I was just thinking back. You were talking about 9/11. I had just moved schools. I was 10 years old, about to be 11, but 10 years old in 1986 in the 5th grade. And they're like, the space shuttle is going to launch today, and we're all going to watch it. So we're all sitting in class, and they had these tube TVs, the old school tube TVs, and they rolled the TV out in front of us. They plugged it in. They put the antennas on, and we're all watching this television as little kids. The space shuttle goes up. It explodes. The news is like, oh, my God, they're all dead. They literally just walk in, unplug the TV, roll it out. No talks, no therapy.
Yeah,
no
what?
They just start teaching math again, dude. That's how they used to do it back in my day. Like, they just went like business as usual. And I remember going home and being like, they had us watch the space shuttle today, and my mom's like, "Oh yeah, let's not talk about that." So I just remember laying in bed and being like, "Bro, like what just happened today? No one's telling me about it." They didn't do therapy. They didn't sit you down.
Damn,
the next
bruh.
day when I went to school, there was no like, we're gonna have an assembly and talk to you. It was just business as usual. They just pretended like they didn't show a bunch of 10-year-olds watch a teacher blow up in this space shuttle.
What the fuck, bruh?
Yeah,
that's some fucking Pleasantville type shit. Like,
I'm still waiting because I've talked to a lot of people about this. Once, because I forgot all about it until like I was an adult and somebody brought it up, and then I was kind of remembering it. I was like, oh yeah, dude, they were so fucked up how they used to treat us. And I would talk to people, and they're like, yeah, dude, they didn't give us therapy or whatever. My school was just business as usual too, so it was a common shared experience for. Luckily, I think at 10, you're kind of so fucked up that it, like, you're such a little crazy, fucked up kid. At least for me, that I was kind of just like on my bikes and not understanding it. Had that hit me at like 14, 15, I think it might have screwed me up a little bit more.
Dave, the chat is just all calling you old as shit.
I don't know.
What was the Hindenburg explosion like?
Yeah. The Hindenburg. Nah, bro. At 14, when 9/11 happened, I remember I thought it was an accident. I was like, why are they making a big deal about this? I'm like, it was bound to happen where some planes would crash into the Twin Towers. The buildings are so fucking tall. It was bound to happen. So like, I'm like, yo, everybody just, I'm like, they're assuming this is a terrorist attack. It probably could. It's probably just a mistake.
Yeah,
I love that 9/11 happened in your mind was like, yeah, I mean, the same thing happened in the Bible. That's why we're not supposed to build buildings.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, you build a building tall enough, and then God intervenes and says, you can't do this.
Yeah,
you can't have buildings that tall, bro. Planes are going to crash into them.
So Robbie said that I was a twisted kid, but back then, like when I was, I don't know, 1980, I would just literally, let's see, 1980, I'm 5. I would just wake up in the morning and like go outside on my bike and just ride around the neighborhood, meet somebody. We would go out to the woods.
You drank from the garden hose.
No, like I know you guys didn't like that we're being like that, but they did not care where you were. So like I was wandering around the streets unattended quite a bit. So
Dave,
we were not very civilized until at least 15, 16. We were like woods kids, like street kids. It was safer, but more dangerous.
Can I even, because you're like you're 50, right?
Yeah.
And I'm, but I'm like an old soul, an unk soul.
Unk soul, yeah.
And I'm, I think you can relate to this. Can I even get a cup of coffee flavored coffee anymore?
No, you can't get it. No, you do.
Jimmy, they
Robbie, $2. Robbie gave me. It was an accident. Guy who defends 9/11.
Yeah.
It was a joke.
Come on, guys. How do you expect us not to crash into these buildings?
Yeah.
They're so fucking tall.
It's so tall. Yeah. We just wanted to buzz them. We wanted to buzz by.
I mean, that is,
We didn't realize they were so tall.
in
Yeah.
it is like a moment that makes no sense, like, because it's never happened before. That you can't. It's so, even now people can't like make like they can't really contend with it. Like people still are coming up with all new conspiracy theories or whatever.
Well, I don't think they're conspiracy theories. I think it was
You know
a controlled
what I mean? Like,
demolition, and
it's
you
such
should look
a
into Building
reality.
7. But
It definitely was a controlled demolition.
It's
And why the
such a-
fuck was them Jews dancing like that?
hell yeah!
What the fuck was that about? What the
I'm
fuck
saying,
was
like,
that
I get
about?
along with that.
It's such a
Afrocentrics, maybe.
reality altering event. Like it's so like it's one of those things you see. Like, you know how they say, like, when the natives saw the white man come for the first time, they had never seen a boat like that before.
Yeah.
They said they didn't even see it. They're like 9/11. It makes more sense, like when you see it happen for the first time, to think, well, obviously this is an accident. Like this has to be like an accident, because there's no way that anybody would just like do this.
Yeah, who would do this on purpose?
Yeah. And even now it's like, yeah, who would
It's so
do
crazy because I was half
Who would
living.
do this?
Yeah.
I was half living with a girl that was a bartender, and so she would be up late, and I was getting up early, personal train. But I remember I actually slept in because I was drunk, and she woke up and she said, "Dude, you have to see this. Get up." I was like, "I'm not in the mood." She's like, "Get up, dude." And so she's like, a plane, like she thought it was an accident too. She's like, some plane accidentally crashed into one of the whatever. So we're just sitting there watching the news, and then the second plane hits.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, dude, something is up. What is going on? And so I can't imagine being.
I can't believe the
in
same
the
accident
city.
happened twice this morning.
Yeah. So by that,
Yeah. Bro, that's literally what I saw.
Well, what's crazy is even thinking back then, because I was already anti-government, I remember thinking, like, the week going by, I was like, wait, that's not what they were saying in the live reports that we were watching. This is different than what they were saying. How come they're not
in the
telling
live
about
reports,
this?
yes, in the live reports, because like, so it happened when I was in, it might have been first period or second period at school. And after the first plane hit, the teacher turned the TV on in the classroom. So we're watching the news, and then the second plane hit, and we still sitting there watching it. And they were saying, like, hours later, after the buildings fell, they were saying, like, yo, we think that somebody might have put explosives in there ahead of time because it looked like a controlled demolition. They were saying that. Every news station was saying that. Like, literally, it wasn't like only Fox News. No, every news station was saying it looked like a controlled demolition. We think somebody might have went in there days before and put bombs on certain floors or
And
whatever.
this was after they had
It wasn't
the
a controlled
other.
demolition. It was an accident.
It was an accident.
It was
a
and it was
whoopsie.
after the Clinton had the van in the Trade Center where they did the bombing already. They'd already tried to
Dave
bomb
learned
it.
about that from listening to Biggie Smalls.
Yeah, I probably did. No, you know what's crazy? There was a rap album that was right around that time that had the Twin Towers getting attacked, and they had to change the rap album.
Damn.
Who was that? Yeah.
There was a lot of things that used the two towers for some reason, and they all had to like scramble to figure out what, because the early trailers for Spider-Man had
it was Coop. It was a rap group called Coop, and I bet you they're
wait,
Labor.
Hold on, Dave. You don't say words right. Is that Coop? COUP?
Oh yeah, maybe it is Coop.
Yeah, that's Riley.
Well, I'm looking at the small photo now. I've blown it up. If you see the graphic, you can understand why. I'll put it on the screen.
That's Boots Riley's group. He's I think he directs mostly now. He directed that movie "Sorry to Bother You" with Lakeith Stanfield. Yeah, I'm
I
familiar.
put it in the presentation if you want to pull it up.
Yeah, that's yes. This is.
Damn, that's crazy, bruh.
So this was the original cover was created in
Wow.
June of 2001. So
What?
and then
Yo, this is what I be saying, bruh. Whenever I see shit like this,
Predictive programming.
yeah, bruh, like we in some type of, if this bitch ain't a simulation,
Yeah.
then it's some type of order to this bitch, bruh. Because how the fuck they even do that?
Yeah, the original cover album was created in June 2001, and then it was released in November 6, 2001. And they had to change the original cover, obviously, because of what happened in September.
Because the fucking Twin Towers got fucking crashed on, nigga. That's crazy, bruh.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there had been prior to that an attempted bombing of the Twin Towers. So that's probably where he got the idea.
Yep.
It's just like really bad timing.
Then he was like, "Hey, what if there was an accident because they're so tall that some planes? What would the cover look
crashing
like
to the
then?"
top of them bitches. Damn,
it is kind of
bruh.
crazy when you think about. Remember that John Cusack movie where he's their flight control with Billy Bob and him when they do the flight control. I don't know if you guys watched this, but when I was a kid, that movie kicked ass. It was air traffic controllers, and they're telling all the planes where to go in the sky, and they made it like really badass, like they're just missing each other. But these guys are so cool and relaxed when they're giving directions to the pilots. So it is kind of crazy to think how much stuff is going on that isn't crashing into stuff.
Yeah, true. That's true. Like it's a lot of planes moving around up there, bro, that aren't crashing into each other, that are fucking taking off and landing very safely.
Robbie texted me. I think he wants everybody to see this.
What's he
Blow
got?
up like the World Trade.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, bro. Biggie, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, yo.
Born
Damn,
Center,
Biggie loved the world. Biggie loved the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, bro.
They were.
I almost lost my mind. You ever see what it was called? It was called Loose Change.
Oh,
it was like, so look, when I might have been like a freshman in college, or I think I was either a senior in high school or a freshman in college, and somebody gave me those DVDs, bro, and it was talking about how 9/11 was fake, bro. I almost went crazy because up until, bro, I did.
They were released between 2005 and
like.
2009. Yeah.
Yeah, bruh, because I almost lost my fucking mind because I saw that shit. Up until that moment, I believed everything about like America and shit like that, right? I watched that, and then you know what happens. You watch that shit, and then that shit starts getting into like Zionists and Satan worship and fucking what's that shit called? Something Grove out in where that shit that Alex Jones went to.
Yeah, Bohemian Grove.
Bohemian Grove. It gets into all that shit, right? So I remember like being in college, and then now I'm researching Bohemian Grove. I'm researching Zionists. I'm researching Satan. And then I'm looking at this shit now like, wait, is the world really just run by a bunch of evil motherfuckers? And when I say I almost, bruh, I remember I sat in my dorm one day and I just did as many mushrooms and smoked as much weed as I could, bruh. And I almost fucking lost.
All three of us have had this story.
Yeah.
And it's almost when you watch The Matrix and he's got the two hands out with the two pills and he's like, look, you can have this and go back to your life, and you can have this. But if you have this, once you see it, you can't unsee it. You can never
unsee
it,
you
can never go back. And when you're in, they call it the Matrix, but when you're just happy-go-lucky, I grew up, I'm going to go to first grade, second grade. Okay, now I'm going to get a job. I'm going to find a wife. No one's telling me how I'm supposed to do this, but I'm just going to miraculously have a wife and kids. We're going to live happily ever after or whatever. And then you just really figure out what's going on around you, and you're like, wait, why were they dancing on a garage? And then you try to tell the average person who's still plugged into that system that worked well for them, and they look at you like you're crazy. So then you start internalizing.
Yes.
that you're like, oh, I must be the one that's losing my mind.
Yeah, I must be fucked up, bro. It's definitely me,
Yeah.
bro. I was yo. I might have been fucked up for like 2 years. Like I saw that loose change shit, bro. And the next like 2-3 years of my life was like my entire college experience. I was derailed socially. Like
Yeah.
I was just fucking
It's
what?
probably
Welcome
'cause
to my
you
world, dude.
watched
That's
Loose
how I am
Change
with
and then
libertarianism.
ate
Yeah.
some mushrooms and probably went through something similar to what I did. Because the worst thing you could do if you're having like conspiratorial thoughts like that is, yeah, I'm gonna eat a quarter ounce of mushrooms.
No,
Yes.
no. What Naeem is talking about is finding out the truth, and no one else wants to listen to you.
That is true.
It's not.
I know.
It's not a conspiracy.
Nobody wants to listen.
Yeah.
You try to tell people, and they're like, yo. I remember I would try to talk to my homies about this, and now one of my homies, my homie Riv, back then when we were like 18, 19, I would try to talk to him about this shit, and he was like, yo, stop, yo, like, dog, that shit don't matter, nigga. Like, you tripping, like, dog, the terrorists hit the Twin Towers, nigga. You just say that because you Muslim, dog. And I'm like, no, nigga, I'm trying to tell you, pay attention. And he never wanted to hear that shit. Now, fast forward to now. This motherfucker always sending me some conspiracy shit. He always trying to talk to me about aliens. I be like, dog, I'm not talking to you about that shit. I'm never talking to him about that shit, bro. Because when I tried to tell him back in the day, nigga didn't want to listen. Now he want to talk to me about conspiracies and shit. No, I'm not doing that.
All right, Robbie is demanding that I say. I'm trying to get to the chats, but we're also, we're talking. But Robbie wants everyone to know. He says I'm a Zionist. He'll take the Pelicans to the top.
I like that. You know what? That's the only type of Zionist I like.
When I was doing open mics all the time, that was a little misdirect I would do. I would say, I'm a pretty hardcore Zionist, and then the audience would go, "What?" And I'll go, "I love the Matrix."
Yeah.
Because of Zion.
Very nice. Yeah, because of Zion.
When I went to Zion National Park, which I love, it seems like the Garden of Eden in Utah. I started listening to the announcers, right? And the announcers are like, "Oh, this used to be called another place." And then these people showed up, these white guys, and started taking photos and stuff, and they renamed it to Zion. My mind was literally like, as soon as I get out of here, I'm doing an early life search on these motherfuckers that changed.
Oh, that was the first thing when I got fired from Comcast. The first thing I did was an early life search on the CEO, and I'll be damned.
Yeah. Damn, bro. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here. I'm about to get.
We gotta wrap this up.
Yeah.
Hey,
thank you so much.
You for coming on.
Thanks for having me, y'all. This was fun, and I'll do this again too.
Yeah,
guys,
this was a real treat.
Head over to Twitter.
Really appreciate it.
Go to Naeem's Twitter, NAIM_Ali, ALI. Head over to his Instagram. Follow him there. You're going to see him on True Dat, his new show with, you like that, how I blacked that up for you?
I like how you did
that. Zia Anderson. It's a true crime thing. It's really good. I watched the one before the show to get ready about the 12-year-old hitman. That was really fun. That was really interesting. Also check out him with Drew Montana. The Philly boys that are coming up now that Matt and Shane went to Austin. They're the only true comics left in Philly. It's Drew Montana and Durag and the Deer Tag, everybody's favorite show. So make sure you check Naeem out there and show him some love.
Appreciate it, dog.
And Robbie wants me to tell you this before you leave.
Okay.
You said you went and saw the movie Sinners. Robbie wants everyone to know, and you and Naeem especially, that he's working on a movie called Skinners, and they just wrapped principal photography.
What?
I don't know what that means, but thanks for the super chat.
That's a Seymour Skinner reference, right?
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Telling that joke. That's probably the 30th time he's told that joke. Folks, subscribe to the Patreon for this channel, patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. We have a great time over there. It's me, Sal. Sometimes it's just me. I don't know, Dave, you've never been on the Patreon, but there is a Patreon, so subscribe to that. Patreon.com. Oh, and Pandatron will come on every now and then on the Patreon. Patreon.com/cornfield Dalton Pruitt. And please, dear God, like and subscribe and leave a comment on the video for this. So you did the live chat, now do the video. Let's get the algorithm going.
Yeah. I was going to say that too. Head over to Crowder Boys. Head over to Cornfed. Head over to Jurag and the Deer Tat. Head over to that. Like, subscribe, turn on notifications, leave a comment for these shows that you watch.
Yes.
So that brings it up and you can bring new people into the crowd. And then you guys will be the hipsters. You'll be like, I missed the old Cornfed, before when it was raw. Now they're in this big studio, whatever. And we're seeing them in arena tours with, at Madison Square Garden, So help us push the
I can't
algorithm.
wait to be able to sell supplements and nicotine pouches and whatever the fuck they're doing now. But thank you everyone. Naeem, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you
for
guys,
showing
bro.
up.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you all the fans for showing up every week and the super chats. We love you guys.
Naeem, you can leave now.
I'm out.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Oh shit! Hold on. Sorry to Michael Hall. We did not get to your song request. We will have to do that on the next one. So I'll remember that $20 for the song from Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Sorry, but that's the show, everybody. And good night. I love you.
Next week we'll see you Saturday. Next week with Perry Alpha from Twitter. Everybody tune in. That's going to be a fun show. A couple of Greeks and Dalton. So yeah, Perry should be a fun guest.
End
really love
stream.
The N-word.